everybody! How's everyone doing today? I've got things to say about just about everything. I have been thinking non-stop. I don't think I've come up with anything that makes sense, but that's okay. Hi, Giraffe Man! How you doing, Giraffe? Okay, so those of you who were here for last stream may recall that we... Oh, there we go. May recall that we left off here. Alright, how are you? I'm good! I got my COVID booster yesterday, and so this morning I had like a fever. It was a bit terrible, but I'm feeling like perfect now. Top of health. It's poggers. I am great, exhausted because I went out with friends today, but theories are what I'm here for. Then boy, have I got something for you, Josh. Hope you had fun with your friends. Okay, so yeah, this is where we left off yesterday. Put this together before playing the start of the case, and then we made a few amendments once we got a little further into it. For those who missed it, especially like Josh, people who I know who haven't played it themselves, the most important thing that happened, in my opinion, so far, is that we're doing the secret Natsume case, right? The one that Shom swore, he made us swear we wouldn't talk about. I'm going back through that. Saseki Natsume has once again been accused of murder. We're investigating, we're at the Garadeb's landlord's rooms, lodgings area. Investigating the death of this guy named Shamsphere, and then he stands up. He's been poisoned, but then he just gets back up. Which is kinda bonkers. So it seems like he's fine, even though he seemed fully dead for a great period of time. So we know that he was poisoned with strychnine, which takes about 30 minutes to kick in. It makes you appear dead, but seems to be survivable. Now, you don't see someone who's dead stand back up and just go about their day and not think, hey, what if my best friend Kazuma Osogi did that too? So we went on that a little bit. I've got my little Juliet poison, Osogi is still alive crack theory. It doesn't make a lot of sense. We'll go over it. Anyway, yeah, this is where we left off. This is where we are now. I have been going over this with a fine-tooth comb. I've been putting all of this together. We're connecting the dots. So, my big theory last time was that A-Shin stands for Asogi Shin. Now, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense because following the naming convention, it should be K Asogi, or rather S Asogi. But it makes a lot of sense if there's some kind of father figure involved, right? Now, the reason I think that, I'm thinking father, it could be brother, it could be like mother, it could be anyone. I think father is the most likely. The reason I think that Asogi's father might be involved is Baruch Van Zieks. So, we know that Van Zieks was betrayed by a Japanese person, and there's not a lot of people that could be, realistically speaking. We also know that he came out of retirement and he claims that it was because he wanted to prosecute McGilded and because he is super racist and has a grudge against all Japanese people because this Japanese person betrayed him. I don't really buy that. I think, honestly, he didn't do a great job prosecuting McGilded, right? McGilded got a not guilty verdict, and Baruch Van Zieks didn't have anything to do with McGilded's death. So, what? Why did he come out of retirement? Did he perhaps know that there was about to be a student arriving from Japan to study law in England? He could have known that that person was going to be Asogi. Why would he come out of retirement for Asogi? If Asogi's father, perhaps, was the person who betrayed him. That's why I thought, oh, A-Shin, Asogi Shin. However, when I was writing up this new board, I was thinking, what am I taking for granted here? What piece of evidence do I have that I am assuming is true but isn't necessarily? Who on earth says that Kei Asogi is Kazuma? I think that this is a different Kei Asogi. I don't think this is our friend Kazuma. That's my current theory. I think it even could be Karama, which is what Asogi calls his sword. He also says that the sword is the soul of the people and that the sword has been passed down through his family for generations. And what is this line exactly? It's like, a sword is a Japanese person's soul, or something like that. So it's possible that if his father is named Karama, and his father is dead, and the sword was his father's, he would then just call the sword by his father's name because it's equivalent to it being his father's soul. That's not necessarily what happened, right? But I don't know, it doesn't have to be Karama, I just think that Kei Asogi isn't Kazuma, I think it's someone else. Because if it is someone else, then suddenly this list of names starts to make a lot more sense. So you have Gregson and Wilson, who we know are both like older gentleman involved in law somehow. Wilson worked with Sholmes, he worked in medicine. It's not unreasonable to think that he might be a medical examiner. Now, obviously Gregson is the detective. If Kei Osogi is actually Kazuma's father, then that's a defense attorney, and then suddenly we've got the makings of a trial. Probably the trial in which Barak Van Zieks was betrayed in. I'm not sure who Aishin would be. I think they're probably someone that we already know who has changed their name for safety. Or someone who has passed away, probably the culprit or the victim in this trial, if this is a trial. Right now we just don't have like a lot of information on it. We need more before we can know exactly what's going on, but this is where I'm at right now. Alright, who else have we got? What else have we got on here? Yeah, I really think the poisons are a big deal. We know that Japan has been working on developing a secret poison. We know that Mikotoba was working on that. We know that Josiah Brett was involved in that. And because Mikotoba is the one who invited Wilson, and Wilson was also a doctor of medicine, I think we can assume that they were maybe all working on poison together. This is where my crack theory Kazuma is still alive comes into play, is that if they were working on a secret poison and it was taking on some of the effects of strychnine, then it could be that it was administered to Kazuma deliberately, and then his body was unloaded in Hong Kong. Unfortunately, this doesn't make a lot of sense in terms of motive. I can work out the why, the who, the what, the how, because originally I was thinking that Sholmes was on board from Shanghai, but the stop in Shanghai was just an emergency stop. They weren't actually doing anything there. No one was getting on board, which means that Sholmes was coming from Japan. Why on earth was Sholmes in Japan, right? He's got Iris to look after, and why wouldn't he take Iris with him so that she could meet Wilson? Unless it was too dangerous? What's going on here? So, you've got Sholmes, who must be coming from Japan. Maybe he spoke to Mikotoba, Mikotoba gave him the poison, he administered it to Kazuma. I don't know the why, because then Mikotoba goes on to cover up Kazuma's death. Like, that doesn't make any sense, it doesn't match up. So, okay, Kazuma's probably not secretly alive after being given, like, a Juliet situation. I'm clinging to the hope a little bit, I'm in denial, but I have to admit that it's not likely. However, the autopsy report says that it was damage to the cervical vertebrae, which is a really vague word, okay? And it says that they were considering poison but found nothing. Not a medical expert, but if they were considering poison, like, the Kazuma died because his neck broke. Or so we thought. We read the autopsy report, it said damage to cervical vertebrae, that's what we've got. If it's a broken neck, surely that's sort of obvious? And if it wasn't an obvious cause of death, what was it? Like, why were they considering poison in the first place? That's what I really want to know. I also find it very convenient that we never saw Kazuma's body in person. The reason for that, of course, is that after Sholmes and everyone discovered the body, and then Sholmes pointed out Ryu in the closet, and Ryu was let out, Ryu was still asleep. The reason he slept through it all is that everyone on the ship was drugged so that they could get Pavlova on board. But why did Ryu sleep longer? Surely Sholmes and Susato were drugged as well, but Ryu was the one who oversleeps? What's up with that? I also went through the case in which Kazuma died, so these are my notes from that case. Because we know what it's like to experience that from Ryu's point of view, but I want to know more about Sholmes' motivations. This doesn't make sense to me. So, Sholmes says that the victim was a Russian man. That's his assumption after seeing Kazuma's writing, quote-unquote Kazuma's writing that says wardrobe in Russian. We know that Sholmes knew that Asogi wasn't Russian. They had met previously, probably like the night before, or like 2 nights before. Had to be 2 nights because it was steaks instead of chicken. They had met, and Asogi had introduced himself, and Sholmes is not as much of an idiot as he seems. He doesn't meet Asogi Kazuma in his little Japanese uniform with his katana, everything, and it's like, oh my god, he's Russian. No! So I think he's saying this probably because he's already worked out that, like, one of the Russians has written wardrobe, and so he's trying to, like, hint that actually a Russian wrote it. Now, he also points out that it was probably Ryu who wrote the paper seal, someone of a different nationality, but then he goes on to accuse Ryu of being Russian. He says he's a Russian, like, revolutionary, which I think is also a hint about the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower is something he mentions immediately after. He's like, okay, so you, sir, are a Russian mercenary sent here. You've done 16 assassinations and you're on your way to blow up the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower is going to be at the World Exposition. They're rebuilding it for that. The World Exposition is happening 6 months after the McGilded case, and we are conveniently roughly 6 months after the McGilded case. Of course, we've seen Villain Bolshevik, who was in the newspaper, was then also on the jury. Why was he on the jury? What was up with that jury? I've got some notes on that too. The fifth jury, we specifically had everyone that we needed, but also Garadeb and the maid. Why does Garadeb keep popping back up? What? He keeps being here. He just seems like some random landlord, except he keeps popping up. And the maid has been on the jury twice now. What is going on with the jury system? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Okay, sorry. Anyway, back to the salient point. Sholmes says on the barrier, he says, I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. I would like to know exactly what Sholmes thinks he's doing on that ship. When he's talking about a reason, is the reason being on the ship? Is he there on, like, for a reason? Or is it just that he was visiting Japan for a specific reason and now he's on the ship back? What was he doing there? Why was he in Japan? He also says, I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Now, when we first see this line, it seems like he's talking about overlooking it when he accuses Ryu. He's like, well, yeah, you know, I really thought you did it, but I didn't. I failed to consider that you were good friends. I don't think that's what he's talking about here. I think he's actually saying that whatever Kazuma's purpose is, he's just realized that Ryu might be able to feel that in Kazuma's stead, that Ryu might be willing to because they were very close companions. He also, the reason, like the backup I have for this is that it's Sholmes who's like, oh, so you need a lawyer, huh? You need a lawyer to go to Japan? Interesting. You do have a random Japanese person here who perhaps could learn law. And he says, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? This man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. It's almost like he went on board, he didn't care about Ryu, Ryu was simply a distraction, but over the course of the case, he saw Ryu's good nature and realized that Ryu could probably accomplish what Asogi would no longer be able to, and so brought him on. Now, what on earth was Asogi there to accomplish? I think he's there to finish whatever his father started, probably with Barak Van Zieks, has to do with the corruption in the system. It's all being covered up somehow. I don't understand any of the, like, details of it. But Kazuma says that there's something very important he has to do in Britain and that he'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. Does that include his own life? What on earth happened? We know that it happened about 5 years ago, and we know that Ryu only met Kazuma 1 year before everything started. Okay. Yeah. As you can see, I've got a lot of threads. I don't have a lot of answers. I have a lot of little threads that I'm pulling at. I'm hoping that as we get further into this case, we learn more about strychnine. We're able to untangle those a little more. Okay, thank you for bearing with me. Sorry I wasn't reading chat very much. I had to follow my little train of thought. Who's here? Hi, Ali. Hi, Panzerin. Hi, Godzilla. Hi, Sweaty. Sorry you came into this. Woo, okay. That out of the way. Hold on, let me put my little dog outside since he's getting restless, and then we'll get right into it. Ruby, hi! Yeah, we are going crazy. Soap! How does the soap play into this? Where did the red disc in the soap go? We'll find out. Alright, give me 1 second. Okay. Again, thank you for bearing with me. Oh, wait, no, I have one more thing. This one feels a little bad, right? I don't want to say this. I don't want to put this forward because I really like him. I'm a bit suspicious of Hosonaga. There's something... So he was sent by Mikotoba to guard Asogi, and then he failed. Now, it could be that he just failed perchance, like he just happened to. But he's very committed to being thorough, right? I'm not saying that he's super competent. I don't think it's unlikely that he did his best and simply wasn't able to prevent Kazuma from being killed by some stray ballerina, right? Like, who could have seen that coming? I just think Kazuma has been present at all of the major deaths. Sorry, not Kazuma. Hosonaga. Hosonaga was pretending to be a waiter at the restaurant when Wilson died. He was guarding Asogi when Asogi died. And he was guarding Brett when Brett died. Those are all really major political assassinations, or at least I believe Asogi's death was a political assassination. I can't back that up yet, I can't prove it. But I will. I will prove it. There's no way he was just taken out by some random coincidence. I don't want to suspect Hosonaga because he's a sweetheart. I really, really like him. I think he's so fun. But he's been there. He's been there every single time. Isn't that just interesting? Okay, anyway. Let's get into the case. So we left off right before the second witness testimony. We have just had the victim come back, I believe, since he lived, after all. So now we have the victim here with us to tell us what happened. The snow lay about. My neighbour did come up in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But marry, bitter was his drink, and when he left I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed decent fella. Okay, this really seems like CO2 poisoning, right? The fact that the gas meters are all involved. I think the real villain was the CO2 poisoning we got it wrong the way. Does it make me weird if I caught up and completely understand what your stringboard page was on about? I think that's target. You understand? I'm making sense? I have this thing on lock. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspeare's room all night? That's right. What's the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? There's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that. I have to keep track with some of my friends who speak real fast. We gotta go. It's something I have in common with you. My hobby is speaking really fast. The question is, sir, why? Yes, Ali? Well now, that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work as a man. Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? You've seen me IRL and how fast I speak, I apologize. I think it's poggers. We gotta go fast, we have a lot to say. Yes, technically we have all the time in the world to say it, but the faster we say it, the more we can say other thing. Aries brain! What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words. What did you say about me? Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And, as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. This jury is kind of weird too. We've got a lot of repeats again. It doesn't make sense. Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Do you really think that, Judge? It's the second testimony of the trial. When have our cases ever been over that fast? Fake news, .jpeg. Yes, my lord. The wintry night of my discontent. Okay, so. Solo about Natsume came over in the evening bearing tea. We know that's true. However, he's saying that the drink was bad, and as soon as Natsume left, he fell asleep. We know that Natsume brought the tea way earlier. We already proved that the timeline doesn't make up. In fact, let's review our evidence really quick since we're coming back into this. I can't access the people right now, but we can look over what we've got. I thought he said his prostate. No! No! Terrible, terrible. Okay, so we've got our little book receipt, which proves that it was Natsume who was there because Natsume left these exact books there. We have the street map. I'm not sure if this tells us anything right now. We have the teacups. We know that the one that Natsume drank from doesn't have any kind of lining on it, but the one that Shamspear drank from does, implying that Shamspear didn't really drink it. We have the torn off end of an envelope, no idea what that's about yet. We have the bar of soap. Now this bar of soap had a little reddish medallion in the center, but then when we examined it again, it was gone. We have the photograph of the crime scene that shows the bar of soap that he surely wasn't eating. He's holding a fork for some reason. We've got this weird suspicious patch. We've got the gas meter, which is probably what's giving Natsume the CO2 poisoning that he almost definitely has. And the last thing we have is the medical report. So William Shamspear ingested a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. There's a high likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. The poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on 21st of February, which is assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. So, we know that Mr. Natsume didn't actually meet with him. At 1:30, he met with him at like 9. At Phil, when all the lingering mystery of the Garadeb household was foretold for the second game. Yeah! I can't believe it's all here again. Okay. So. You know he's lying about that one. I don't know if he's lying about this one, we don't have enough information on that yet. This is weird.
Hold it!
But the windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up horribly. But, as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. Wait, that's kind of sus, because if he had poison at 1:30, not when he had tea, how did he ingest it? Right! That's exactly what I'm confused about. Eating soap? Yeah, this doesn't track, right? He just claimed not having anything else but the tea. Someone's lying! Was looking in through that gap. Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. That seems sus, my dude. It sure does. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. Them's my orders. That's what I'll keep doing. As long as there's breath in my body. Who was ordering you to spy on people? What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Meaderman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be sure of that? Police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room, and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. He didn't say anything about anyone coming in there. Plot hole. Think and donks. Ah yes. Lucidly explained, counsel. Thank you. It really was. You can't argue with the logic. Okay. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fellow. Let me go back to this one.
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 hours that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. This little dance? Hello? If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Bless him. Gladly, 'tis an easy task. What? Shamspear? Is this dude just like a sham? Here's the interesting thing, Josh, right? We see Shamspear, it's like, haha, okay. We've got Herlock Sholmes, we've got Shamspear. No, Shakespeare also exists in this world. They have mentioned Shakespeare since introducing Shamspear. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and say yes. I did drink of the tea while my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched. Yeah, this does fit. That doesn't sound normal. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire. After all, thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again. And who was stronger? Mr. Shamspear, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? You drinking my cold tea? Ali, no! They were wrestling over Juliet and Romeo? Oh my gosh. But of course, my liege, 'twas the stripped lover of words to attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil. Shamspear is such a fruity gremlin, god! Honestly! Little freak. I'm a bit fond of him. I'd be more fond of him if he wasn't trying to accuse Natsume. But, he's fun! Ugh. We all know what that means.
Hold it!
So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal? Dinner? Supper? Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony! Eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry? I would that my belly were full. No more oft than the sun doth rise. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence is it that there doth naught in my chamber be than the costumes of mine art. That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. Are you drinking my cold milk coffee? Is it supposed to be cold? Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I can't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere. And that's pockets. Is it just me or does he have more animations than most of the other characters? He might do, actually. It could just be that his animations are more animated. He is very all over the place, but he also might have more. Regardless, he's so fun to watch. For I have devoured them all. You've eaten them? I need everyone in this case to stop eating things that they shouldn't. Sholmes, put that soap down. Put that soap down right now. What have you got? Sholmes. Sholmes, spit it out. Drop it. Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Right. That wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? A scalpel? No. Why are John's eating soap? What has this game become? Okay, actually, I feel like I have to defend him on this. It was... So, hang on, let me get the court record. So you can see we've got some soap here. And when we come into the room, this butter-looking thing is actually, like, soap. He's got soap that's broken in half on his table, and he's got a little fork in his hand. So Shams was like, oh my god, he was eating soap. And then Shams was like, you know, I've eaten soap. I tried it once to, like, wash out my guts. And Rhea was like, did it fucking work, you idiot? And Shams was like, yes, I puked. And then my guts were clean, because I puked. I will not be doing it again, but it was for science. Beloved. You gotta get a good snacker. Squeaky clean guts. Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lip is in the tea. Really an inquisitive mind of the century. It's like a car wash, you know? Sure. Okay.
Hold it!
You You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella. So you can't be sure it was the defendant then?
Objection!
How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? I'm with Venzeeks on this, that one was a stretch. Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap. It was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. He showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspeare drink tea together? Nah, sorry. Couldn't say. Why not? Couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? All I did see was the silhouette of that little round-backed fella wearing a pretty dress. And the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell ya, I don't know what to make of it. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Mr. Meterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question. Gasman's honor. Is this the best detective? Hi, Brady! Yeah, we are detectiving so hard. And by so hard, I mean I have no idea what's going on. I feel like last time I theorized, I was missing so many threads that it made sense. You know? And then since going back over it over the last couple of days, I found all of the reasons why none of my theories make any sense. I do think I'm onto something with Barrack Venzeek's pissed off Kazuma's father. Kei Asogi isn't Kazuma Asogi. I think that's something. The rest I've got no clue about. Truly kidding Sholmes, are we? Yeah! I am just throwing darts at a board. So that's the entire testimony. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, can't see any obvious holes at all, to be honest. No. Oh dear. Nobody else visited Mr. Shamspeare's room that night apart from Mr. Natsume. I imagine the members of the jury will all conclude the same thing. Right. That he's guilty. Well, all we can do is press these witnesses for more information and hope for a breakthrough. Just deducing wild theories and being so convinced of it and turning out to make no sense. Yeah! I went through that as Sholmes and then I went back over it feeling a little bit more like Ryu, like, no, that doesn't add up. No. Maybe course correct a little bit, maybe look over here. But yeah, we haven't got anywhere. Oh, I had my little Sholmes outfit on for when I was theorizing, but let me default again, the gameplay. Yes! Okay. Is there anything we haven't pressed? Yeah, we haven't pressed this, have we? Crackhead theories are the best because it's like when you teach yourself to do something and have zero clue of what you're actually doing. Yeah! This is why actually Mikotoba gave Sholmes some of the new poison that he's been developing, which functions like strychnine in a certain quantity, and so then Sholmes got on the ship to Japan and administered it to Asogi, and then Asogi got off the ship at Hong Kong, and Asogi is actually still alive, and it was like a Juliet situation. Yeah, and there's absolutely nothing about that that doesn't add up or doesn't make sense. It's all perfect. Don't think about how Mikotoba covered up his death. Don't think about it. To be clear, by neighbour, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume. Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs. And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room? Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. And we were broiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before. By which I presume he means the discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I, Shamspeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbour played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment. I dare not imagine the scene. Frailty? Thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the eastern art of jujitsu, but ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the comely maiden. Juliet beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. Uh-oh. My lord! Goodness me. Yes, Mr. Foreman? I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. You all with me? Uh-oh. Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision? True, right, we have? Are you all with me? Wait, no! The defense is in the middle of a cross-examination! Just imagine Saseki dressed up as Juliet intensely doing the Red Panda stand. I love him. But, wait, sorry, what was that last line? Be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. But in the end, what difference do they make? None, as far as I can see. And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top. What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Okay, it's fine. Summation examination. We'll turn this around. Conveniently, the jury will have exactly the information that we need to carry on. Very well. Let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. All of you? Well, it appears that the jury is indeed unanimous. So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. The guilty being punished. Oh. Get up, Mr. Naruhodo! Please! This isn't over yet! What do you mean, Miss Susato? What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? That obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember? Naruhodo dies in court, falls over. Yeah, it'd just be like that for him sometimes. A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course, but here in a British court of law, if we can reverse the decisions of the majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. Oh, I'm trying to work out why they're recapping this. This should be like the 3rd time he's done this, but it's because this is the 2nd game. I forgot. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend, instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no other defense counsellor in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination. Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Every fucking case, Vanzeeks. When have I not altered their minds? Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. Defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with a summation examination, as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord. Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman? Believe me, my lord, I know all about this young lad's tenacity. We're ready for it. Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused. Okay, judicial findings. The juror's contentions. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. But just look at the accused by comparison. Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a moustache. Very fishy. I'll give you the last one. Maybe check yourself on the first one. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman. For now, at least. Oh, I really don't care, like, I just need this trial to end quickly. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all. I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shakespeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen. If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movement. And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all. Well, here goes. Let's not forget, I've pleaded with the jury on Saseki-san's behalf before, and it worked. So you never know. Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Naruhodo. No, please don't. Oh. Well, you're still very new to British law after all. That's true, I suppose. And Saseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands now, too. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear Susato-san out. I wonder, should I let her talk me through it again? Or not bother? Please do not. Please, please, please. Thank you for the kind offer, Mrs. Sato. But I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary. Of course, I understand. And I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you. I love her. The key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement, finding true to contradictory, and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other. Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Deep breaths. Yes, my lord. Okay, jury examination. Defense's rebuttal. Alright, what have we got? He's poor, but he's noble and there's no reason to doubt him. Has no reason to lie, thinks he's cute. And that's mere suspicious. No evidence to suggest that he'd lie. Okay, so the first 4, more or less, are just like, well, why would he lie? And then these 2 don't care, like they're not listening.
Hold it!
You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's that all about, sir? Finish lass, that's what it's about. What's that? Talking about the derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it? Derby? The dead cert, that's the thing. I couldn't lose. Took my wife's secret savings, like. Then that hopeless old mare went and did the unthinkable. Ah, that stupid Finnish lass. Oh dear. I think it's clear what happened, isn't it? This is the day the missus uses her savings for a trip down the pub. So come on, let this business lie now. Just give it up. No, that's not going to happen.
Hold it!
What do you really mean by that, sir? Well, I'm not one to boast, but I get up 5 every morning, I do. At 5? You're a really early riser then, aren't you? Huh? What's that now? I said you're an early riser. Well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on. He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5? Oh my, that means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night. What's that, dear? I only need 3 hours of sleep each night. That's right, you see. 3 hours of missing time, like I said. Not much, is it? This really isn't helping. 3 hours of sleep. Old people. Shaking my head. The key to summation examinations is identifying contradictions between jurors' statements, Mr. Narrator. Right, and once I've found 2 jurors whose statements can't coexist, I need to pit those jurors against each other. Then, hopefully, when they see that what they're saying doesn't make sense, they'll change their leaning. I got like 12 and it feels like I got 3. Yeah, I slept. I went to bed at about midnight last night, and then I slept poorly, so I got up at 2:30. And it felt like 3 hours. Yes. If you're able to change the minds of the majority of the jurors, the trial will continue. But conversely, if you're unable to do that, the judge will declare the trial over and move to adjudication. And I can't let that happen. Somehow or other, I have to turn this trial around. Okay, let's get more information about why these guys think he's so stand-up. Poor sleep can suck it. Yeah.
Hold it!
One time I legit only got 15 minutes of sleep throughout. Oh my god! That's rough. That's really rough. Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I've been sleeping in the morning like 7 to 11 these few days. That's not enough hours. That's like 4 hours. Please get more sleep. No doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. I mean, around those times, sometimes it's like that. Especially, I feel like Australians are more inclined because all of the things happen in American hours. So you gotta stay up till 7 AM. Look, point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was the Japanese man's tea. You take the gas man's testimony into account as well. The truth couldn't be any clearer. Well, that's alarmingly logical. Let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. Turns out the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all. I gladly changed my decision about the defendant. I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same. Isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps. I don't see it happening. I was in Boy Scouts for Boy Scout camp and I was basically sleeping with no sleeping bag in high elevation. That's rough. What's that? Elderly gent in the end here, you know? You'll have to speak up. I did have an interview yesterday at 2 and couldn't sleep and wound up getting 2 hours just so I could get something. Aww. Proud of you for getting what you could. I was surprised I didn't get hypothermia from that. Yeah! I really don't care about all this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury then? Alright, sir. I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Okay, so if we can prove that he's lying, who changed his mind? How do we prove that he's lying? These people are all saying roughly the same thing. feels safe for now.
Hold it!
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam? It really is the most tiresome problem for the company. Most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence. We can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Convenient. Very convenient. Good gracious! Altamont Gas, you say? Yes, it's the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Quimby. Gotta be used properly. Altamont Gas is the best in the world, of course. I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. He bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? So, would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamspeare was up to in his room? I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go to in order to steal our gas. They really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman, but to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night. We're very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shamspeare is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. I've noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of the man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin? But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an Altamont gas explosion. Mr. Shamspeare has been stealing gas. I wonder, during number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement? My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? A little before the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble. Yes, of course. This could be it. This could shift the balance. I like this woman. She's fun. He's a common thief. Cool.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 1. What are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas. Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact turns out to be a common thief. Oh, Mizu! Hi! How you doing? Mudkip it is. Howdy. You having a nice day? Night? Yeah! I updated it. Went with more of a costume than a Mudkip person. Good, doing okay, finished work early and been resting. That's so poggers. That was my day. Good, it's been short. I had my 3rd vaccination yesterday, so the morning was kind of rough, but the afternoon's been great. I'm glad you guys like the Mudkip. So the good lady says, there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. My little scrimboy Mudkip. I'm your Skrunkly. It's true, we don't have evidence as such just yet. Backs, booster shot. The claims aren't baseless, you know. What? You heard me. seeing as his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. Boosted. Yeah, I got that 6G now. Keys! Hi! How you doing? Do whatever you say, milady. Gas man's honor. How you doing, Keys? Juror number 1. You say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamspeare was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. You're my beloved. I care him so much. Yes, I did say that. As a man of honor, I'll hold to it. I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will. Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that we've found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Also, I'm good. How about you? I'm good. I'm having so much fun. I got theories. I got ideas. I got soap. If I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. If this means you'll recap a few points, that would suit me down to the ground. Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with. What about soup? I wish I had soup. In that case, I shall change my leaning. So, Mr. William Shamspeare, that is your real name. We of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are. Yay! We did it, boys. Let's go! That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory! We win, we win, we win! Order! Order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. We kicked ass just then, Mr. Naruhodo. Really? Did you see those jurors' faces? Look how hard we kicked their asses! I'm on the fence about watching or not because spoilers, but to be honest, I might play anyway still. It's very fun to experience playing it yourself. Feel free to head off and, yeah, avoid spoilers. Victory. We've been in London long enough for that not to be the case, surely. Oh yeah, I'm sure we're gonna have to do 3 more of those before we win this game. That is always the way. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Suck it, Von Karma. Von Karma? Oh my god. Van Zeeks. Sorry. I have my head in the Ace Attorney right now. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue. Bro! Von Karma could never be as classy. Von Karma wishes that he had what Van Zeeks has. You have spoilt the bouquet, Mr. Shamspeare. Get his ass. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most. Naught but gas, naught but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul. Oi, what did you say? Do I take it, Mr. Shamspeare, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery? Most heartily, my lord. Hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart. Shamspeare is a sham, who would have guessed? Who would have thunk it? Ah, you flowery-mouthed pompous beanpole! Just they haven't got the evidence yet. Mr. Shamspeare, if, in fact, you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. Objection! It is my considered opinion that at the present time, no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case. Oh no. However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
Mispus, has there been a Catgirl update? Catgirl is still the same as you last saw. We got fangs, we got ears, we got whiskers. That's new? Have you not seen it? Yeah! Okay, never mind, we got Catgirl. Sorry, I realized you hadn't- I did this a while ago. Look, I got teethies! Wow, 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 wow. You know, like, yeah? No problem. Oh, stretch. Yes, sir. Ooh. Oh, okay. Yeah, a bit stiff. Raising my arm hurt. This world is so cruel. And hydrate. Okay, let me drink up quickly. Thank you! I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated. Fancy, stop looking good, I can't be mad at you. How is someone so hateable so handsome? It makes him so unhateable. Juror number 4. Yes? Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? I'm forever mad at him because he wastes so much wine. But he's hot, so... It's really the bottle that is the most egregious. I can't really forgive the chalices, but the whole bottle? Deranged, deranged, deranged! That's right we do, don't we, Waka? Absolutely, Lady Quimby. Gasman's honor. My little vampire scrunky. Very well then, we will hear your testimony now. We will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord, it'll be my pleasure. If I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Stupid sexy Van Dijk. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Wahoo! Oh yeah, sweet as honey. Yeah. Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request. Thank you, my lord. Sure boots! Sure boots! Wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting, you mark my words. So, you will both testify before the courts on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel. Yes. Is that clear, my good man? Clear as Altamont gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world. Guys? Okay, you are getting deranged. I love and support you both. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Mr. Sato? I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. The Altamont Gas Company's investigation. Proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept threepenny bits, each coin given the customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. Mr. Naruhodo, don't say that shit in court. Mr. Naruhodo, it's really important that you learn to keep your mouth shut, okay? Because you sound like a mean idiot. You sound like a sassy, stupid bitch, okay? And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with though, and the collection agent has the only key. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. That's not thieving. What is? I would just cease to exist if society said that to me. She can be a bit sassy herself, you know. She doesn't have a lot of room to talk. Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice. What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zeeks? The mustachioed Nipponese poisoned the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern the court, and yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. Susato, what happened to your mystery acquaintance Ryotaro that looks so familiar? Well, Ryotaro is clearly back in Japan. Ryotaro Naruhodo, Ryunosuke's cousin, is in Japan, just minding his own business. I think we know where Phoenix inherited his diet then. Phoenix is worse. Or perhaps better. Phoenix is so... I love him. I miss him. I miss him so much. My sassy, stupid bastard man. How did he get a new chalice so quickly? He just has a stockpile of the— Bro! Stop it. Get some help. Clearly what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. Bro! Head in my hands! Head in my hands! Do what you will. Lord Van Zeeks appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incidence of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. The first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. The Elsinore Gas Company's investigation. Okay. Okay. He's who he is. They accept 30 bits, and that is 2 hours of gas. So one bit is 2 hours of gas. Mr. Shamspeare's room doesn't have any coins in it. It doesn't appear to have been tampered with, and the collection agent has the only key. He's using all the gas he wants without paying a penny. I love the bee imagery for these two. Me too! Working really well. Didn't have a single coin.
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks. He's been pinching gas off us for ages! You've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room, I take it. Naturally. We took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. How did they find out though? I assume they went to collect it and found it was empty. She's a queen bee! And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. And he's a little worker! One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspeare Special. That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces. But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty. Never forget the humiliation. When I opened up the money box and found it bare. What? I said? What? The look on his face. That smarmy smile of his. Pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing! No trace of it being jammied open anywhere. Not a single sign. And what's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what. A life-threatening situation. In a number of ways. This just shows me it's an issue with the pipe? Perhaps. Incidentally, what became of that meter? Nothing became of it. I've still got it. Oh. Right here. No wonder they call you Meter Man. I think it would be prudent for the court's quest to decide on while the trial is ongoing. The apartment used a different amount of gas? Yeah! Yeah, Garadev did say that Natsume's apartment was using more gas than Shamspear's. Alright. Gas meter added. Will you stop saying things? Let me look it up. Alright. What's... Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo? Just here, there's a little hole. You see? Yes, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. I cry every time a worker mentions their pay. Ongoing theme! Very much an ongoing theme, isn't it? Not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So, you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspear? Possibly. Seems the people at Ultimate Gas must have missed it. Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside. Yes, but there's no way a queen could fit through there. That's true, but even so, seems more than a little suspicious. I would also like to know how they missed that. Get their ass. Okay. Gas meter's got a tiny hole. It's got a big lock. It's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it? And the money box is filled with beeswax too. So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would... You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Really? Really? Mr. Sholmes, oh look, a shiny button that makes the ship stop. Oh look, a stake. I'm gonna take those true stakes and then blame it on Ryu. Oh look, a fire. Everything's on fire, watch out. Yeah, he's so not prone to mischief. Is this from the apartment? See if you can't see a difference in the photo. Yeah, I'll have a look. Mr. Sholmes absolutely would. Well, anyway. It's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? I would like... Can I have this up the right way again, please? Thank you. Okay, we got meters. We got holes. I suppose that's where the pipes go. We got a little hole in the bottom. Okay, I wonder if it's something like the slot? Nothing. But good call. I wonder if the hole is there because it, instead of registering coins, it just registers anything, so he can stick like a stick up there. Is he leaking gas liquid? Oh, you know what? On the photo, there's, yeah, look at this. Looks like it is leaking gas. Or at least some kind of fluid. Definitely. Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. What is that photo? You know, just your standard crime scene photo. Just perfectly normal. Nothing weird about this. Half-chewed soap. Fork. Knocked over teacup. Dead man who turned out to not be dead. Gas canister. Nothing odd here. Well, I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter. Sham of a victim. Oof. Eating a block of cheese. Meter doesn't appear to be tampered with. Well, yes it does. It very much does appear to be tampered with.
Objection!
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say, my Van Zeke's secretly sober theory is stronger than ever. that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What? Get away! I've been over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it. Well, in that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box? Hole? What? Right, you're quite right. There is a little hole there. Meters aren't supposed to have that, none of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspeare secretly opened up this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised. But why? Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a fathom through that. Lady Ultramon, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, what I'd specifically like to know is— Ah! No, I don't want to know that, I was going to the next aisle. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. How can the meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Yes. Given that there are no signs of it having been forced, I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Unfortunate. This is what I get for pressing A. I wasn't even mashing it. I just wanted to move to the next dialogue line. Well, yes, that does make some sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel. And the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. We're pressing B work? Yeah, probably. I will switch to B. I can assure you, it's quite impossible to dismantle it. Wahoo! Yeah! Nothing leaks from an Altamont meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing. I see. Witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord. All joints in the meter are welded shut and the lock is made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it. Can I not go back to the other piece of— what even was the other option? I don't want to be on this path. Can I just represent, maybe? Probably shows the right one. Yeah, since it updated, but that doesn't, like, track, you know? I really want the other— hang on, let's do something deranged. I want to present on it, because that's how I got there last time, but I'm worried that because I've already updated it, the presenting won't work. So we're saving, and if we get told off, we just load our save, it's fine.
Objection!
That last statement— okay, yeah, no, Ryu's just on his ship. Let's go back. Ah.
Hold it!
I just wanted to see. Has anyone ever tried? Oh yeah, they've tried. They've all given up before long. After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action. Yes, that makes sense. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is its welded steel construction significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Like asking about how the meter differentiates coins, for example. Please, please, please. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Must be— thank you, Susato, for setting us straight. I love it. Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1-penny coin, that wouldn't work, presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, Well, how does the meter know that the coin it's been fed is a threepenny bit? I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit. I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. Thickness. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord. The meter is designed for coins the exact diameter and thickness of a threepenny bit. Nothing else will fit. Alright, so how are they... Has to be the right size and shape. What if he's just putting in anything? Like, it's not actually a coin, he's just putting in something random. I like the ultimate lady, she's been cooperative thus far. Yeah, me too. What? Wait a minute. Would this be about the right size? Because that would then explain why it looks like melted on the ground. He puts in these little wax discs or whatever, then they melt and just fall out of the hole onto the ground. And that's why there's leaks everywhere. Nothing else will fit. Would this fit? Would this fit though? My lord, there are clearly grounds for being no, okay. I really thought I had something. Look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression on this side, about 2 centimeters across. Or 3/4 of an inch. Do you think? We'd find the soap at the scene, didn't we? Just because I haven't... We've already done this soap twice, I didn't think it would be a third time. We did find the soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes, there were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window. So we took this one. But I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? Okay, so it is this, but we have to... Okay. Yes, sir, sorry, sir. You're using the metric system like God intended. God bless him. My lord, there are clearly grounds for being suspicious of that last statement. Sorry, counsel, but I fail to see why. Well, you know, I was just playing devil's advocate. Yes, you do appear to have something of the devil in you, Mr. Naruhodo. Is the man merrily dishing out penalties? Yeah, okay. Fair enough. That's on me for getting ahead of myself. Okay, now it says that there is a 2 centimeter diameter circular depression in the middle of one surface. Nothing else will fit, this might fit. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. And that's why it must melt in the heat, and that's why he was storing it outside on the windowsill. Yes, he's using the soap as a gel method mold, exactly. All he would need is 1 bit, and then he can put that in, and then put like wax or whatever it is in, and then it'll melt inside the hot gas thing, and he keeps it out in the snow. Bruh! It all come together. Something the same size as a threepenny bit. What was it? The item in question is this. What? You've been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap. It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. Looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. How would the soap not melt from the heat, though? What soap? I mean, he wouldn't put the whole thing in, right? It would just be the disc from the inside. What's so important about the soap is this part here.
Got it!
have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as the threepenny bit. Get away! Oh! Yeah, you're right. I mean, the soap melt? You're right, I see now. I don't know if you put hot wax on soap, I'm not entirely convinced it would melt. I also am not convinced that it's wax, though, because that feels really messy. Surely it would just be some liquid that he freezes. Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen. It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it? Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now, see if it fits. My word, it couldn't be more snug. Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the ultimate gas company is being defrauded. I don't believe it. Oh my god, they're so cute. Man, Zeke, come off it! What did wine ever do to you? So your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas. Yes! The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit. I must concur at least that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You could make fake coins in no time. He's gonna get rid of all the alcohol in Britain by himself. He actually must have fast storage under the table, right? This brings all of the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shamsby has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. How does that connect to the case, though? And now if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. Blind faith. We love to see it. But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter. Right, true, Lady Ultima. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear. I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There is one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. That's why there's a hole! Exactly, and the meter here gives it away. What on earth? Maybe ice? Do they even have ice? Yeah, they've got ice. You just put water and then you put it outside and bam, you've got ice. You know when America dumped tea in harbour? Peaked with wine in England? This is his protest. There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room. That is your assertion, counsel. The defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. It's not this green stuff, right? This is nothing? See, now I'm nervous about presenting the wrong thing. Yeah, back dinner time? Enjoy your food! There's this little hole in the bottom of the meter here, isn't there? Green is nothing? Green is nothing! And it looks as though it was made by somebody who didn't really have the right tools. It does actually go all the way through to the inside, though it's hard to see that unless you look closely. In fact, it goes right into the part of the meter where the money ends up. I suppose it's nothing then. Oh? Well, you couldn't possibly extract a coin through such a small hole, could you? No, I suppose not. Then the question remains, why would somebody go to the effort of making a hole here?
Got it!
We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window. Outside? Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering. in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap. I get it. Also, I forgot that snow was a thing. There are so many inventions that they might not have. It's hard to keep track of the ones that are part of reality. That's right. The answer, of course, is ice. Did you say ice? Mr. Shamspeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening, filled with water. Why was it red then? After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water, and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. That's why there's a stain! Just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water. That's right, madam. I don't believe it! It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless. I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. Steve and Zeke so much hotter when you're not being a raisin. Honestly! Evidence! Sorry? I want evidence! If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it. What? Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. A piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamspeare has been stealing gas is the stain.
Take that!
Just hiding your lack of faith. This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspeare. What remnants? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain? Almost certainly, it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. Someone pissed here! If you look closely at the evidence, Your Honor, Miss Lady Altamont, you can see someone pissed here. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. Melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. Man got water damage in exchange for heat. Sometimes, I think it's worth it, you know? This is awful. And there's further evidence, too. Mr. Shamspeare is slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap broken in half. Alright. It would appear to me then, counsel, the man was eating the soap, was he? Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not. He didn't beat around the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamspeare was found with a fork in his hand. The smell of soap is sounding increasingly like... Do you mean to say he was using that fork to... Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. but the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well. Good gracious! Bro! Get some help. What is wrong with you? 3 found dead after Old Bailey trial following vicious attack by Lord Van Zeeks. Wait, sorry, I was so distracted I forgot I had to read. Oh, he didn't even say anything. Okay. Lord Van Zeeks! I was throwing my hand up in despair and happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray, forgive my maladroit mistake. What is the meaning of this, counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Well? That Mr. William Shakespeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable. That's it! That's exactly it. Very well. Let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well? We know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. Interesting. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. Death sentence! No! The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shakespeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. You... What? Please don't do that. Man, I'd kill for some Milo? Come over! I've got Milo! That's my little doorstep. Maybe he throws tea Van Zeeks, huh? Have you thought about that money back? Order! Or, you know what? If he did freeze the tea, that would explain why it looked red before. Interesting. Well, counsel, how does the defense respond? But Mr. Naruhodo. Why was it red, exactly? Unless it was tea. What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zeeks is saying? So we can test for poison, exactly! No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What? Shitposting, but oh my god, I think you're onto it, Keys. Counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shakespeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? The poison? The poison for Shakespeare? Shakespeare's poison? The poison designed specifically to be used on Shakespeare? Lord Van Zeeks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption, made due to a lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to reconsider, namely, was there poison in the tea? Nervous? I think we can ask if there was poison in the tea. We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume. But that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison. As I said, the situation has changed, because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's team was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea? Are we really presenting the soap? Are we really going through the soap here? Okay, I can't look at that any further. There's nothing to examine here. I'm not gonna get penalized because I didn't examine it properly. I think it's the teacup. You think it's the rim on the cup? It could be the rim on the cup. But they had access to these. They had access to the cups, but they didn't have the soap. If they had... No, wait, we stole these. Never mind, they didn't have access to them. Oopsies, maybe we shouldn't have stolen. No, they must have had access. How did we have these? They must have tested the teacups. I think it's the soap. Oh, this feels like a crack theory. Good gracious. The soap again? The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice. Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, the tea was called for coin making. Precisely. There was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice. But there was something strange about them, you mean? Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red. What else is red? Tea. The ice was red. No. You mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. What? I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial. That evening, yes. I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room, as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I brought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again, never! Yes. I believe there had been a snowfall that day, particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing. So on the night in question, Mr. Shamspeare, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. My word! We got him, boys! Thank you, Keys, for shitposting. There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspeare's window. Extraordinary! Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even 1 drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyse it for poison. I believe the feeding strategy worked! I would like to, is that a bird? Is that a bird you've got there? Interesting. Interesting. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture. by finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all. Ugh, you Magnipanese. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. I'm gonna cross-examine the soap. Oh my god. No. The clue! It was still in the soap! The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis for the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Bailiff! Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once. Yes, my lord. Understood. Let's go! It seems we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Benzies. None, my lord. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim. Yes, my lord. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow. Woo! Okay. Success. Yes, I would like to save my current progress, please. Let's go! Oh. I cannot believe it. Hydrate? Yes, Foster chat? Yeah, okay, I should straighten up as well. Thank you, guys! Woo! I can't believe the key was the soap. Pug! Fugging! Okay. Let me make a quick run to the bathroom, and then I will be right back, and we will do, I presume, more investigation. Pog. Not that one. This one. Let me cue up some music. We got Zeke's theme. Pog. Alright, BRB. Howdy. Okay. Moving on to the next part. Welcome back. Thank you. Alright. 22nd of February, 1:11 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. We made it back in one piece. Just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. We know. A lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages on the streets of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. Now that your thousand exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright? I suppose I still can't quite believe it, that's all. But I'm here in England, working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. Truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to— Sorry, I'm tearing up a bit. I miss him so much! It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I have no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. I miss him so much. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? Lee, hi. Where? Sounds of crying. Kazuma. I miss him with everything in me. Juliet theory come true. But I heard crying. We were talking about Kazuma. It should be Kazuma here. It was his wish. Susato said he would be proud of us. The host weeps! Throws up, cries. Exactly, you get it. Falls to the ground. Oh my god, no! Just like Kazuma! When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know! Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a barefaced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Soseki-san poisoning the tea. Careful of your phrasing, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamspear than we yet know, I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Ah, which one is that? Let me see. Ah yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's. Or Bart's, as Londoners call it. That's where Herlock was, right? Which also means that there's a chance that Shamspear is being treated by the member of the jury. Do you think she has a pocket in her sleeve? I do think that. Good for her. We know that place, don't we? We visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Okay. I forgot completely about Olive Green, actually. Ah yes, after Soseki-san stabbed her in the back. Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone. With the fat rat! And perhaps we both owe Soseki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. She can have a big pocket as a treat. She can have all the pockets she wants. Susato, I will follow along behind you. I will hold all of the things. I will carry whatever you want me to. So, we know that Soseki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspear's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspear's room that will help solve the mystery. Lydia boy saying sworn to carry her burdens. I will do anything for her. Well, naturally Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Hopefully we can bring Sholmes with us to the murder scene. Say what you will about his deduction powers, his powers of observation are very good. Okay, deep breaths before we do this one. Not gonna cry, not gonna cry. Kazuma Osogi, best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. The stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. How would they know? Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. But you really ought to go into law. Be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me. I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. Anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world. The city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh no, never mind. Pause, 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 pause. Pause, 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 pause. Please, wake up. Drawing tablet, wake up. Oh, I'm on my preview again. That's good. There we go. If you were to become a lawyer, then one day what? One day what? Based on Zeeks? One day what, Kazuma? I cannot unsee Percy from that drawing. Percy. What do we know about his quest? He says there's something very important he has to do in Great Britain and he'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. He'd appreciate... Hey, welcome! Welcome! Thank you for the much. How was your stream? What were you up to? Go for that caps. Oh. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm here to make crazy theories. Hello, we are in the middle of theory crafting. We were playing and then Asogi said something and now we are... I finally unlocked that Huawei? That is so promise! Proud of you, congratulations. You have fun? Oh, and welcome to everyone. Sorry, hi, I'm Cotton. We're playing The Great Ace Attorney. We're on the second game, on the second case. We are desperately trying to work out what the larger plot is, how everything happened. Plenty of spoilers, so if you plan on playing it, please head off for your own safety. I guess it was fun. That's good. Where's the detective outfit for string theory? I have double music playing? Can you hear my Switch audio? Sorry, I didn't think you had that. That's off now. Thank you for letting me know. Transform. Pog. Alright. We are Charlotte. Pogging. Okay. Oh my god, I was about to say you need a detective's hat, and there it is! I've got one! We've got this unlocked. Okay, so. Kazuma just said if you were to become a lawyer then one day, and then trailed off and refused to elaborate. What's he... What would happen if we were to become a lawyer, Kazuma? At this point, he was planning on being the lawyer there. So presumably he would have been the one to face Van Zieks, or at least eventually face Van Zieks. He must have known... I don't know. This could all be completely wrong, right? Like, I don't have a strong basis for this, but I really do think that Van Zieks has a grudge against Kazuma specifically because of something that Kazuma's father did to him. I'm making a lot of assumptions. This is a shaky theory. We might change this when we get more information. But if we go on that, then it would be that they would face Van Zieks. Which means that Kazuma came to England to do that. Now, Kazuma's whole thing is that he wants to reform the justice system, right? That's the most important thing. He's going to England to study law, but also because he has something really important that he needs to accomplish there, that he'd sacrifice anything for. What is he trying to accomplish? What? Okay, I've got nothing. We'll get there. Alright, let's switch back to gameplay. We're Oshams. Head in my hands, make it make sense. Okay. Naruhodo-san? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes. He's forever in my thoughts, too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right. But... Yes? Well, I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? The sword! Please, I've been wanting to have a look at this for so long. Please let me examine it. I mean this. This katana? I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. It can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do. Yes! I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. I miss you and your stupid bandana thing. I miss him so much. But this is why I think... Oh, I don't know. I just... stick with him? Like his soul? I mean... you hit through with his soul? What? I don't... Okay, the sword represents Kazuma. But it's been passed down the clan, which means that Kazuma... I don't know. This feels like a crack theory, but I'm gonna state it anyway. And if I'm wrong, that's okay. That's okay. We will amend it when we have more information. But it's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Osogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. Now, when we see the sword, we think of Kazuma. That's Kazuma's soul. Exactly, Ryu did say the sword was Kazuma's soul. That's how we feel about it. But it wasn't always Kazuma's sword. It was passed on to him. What if he feels the same way about it that we feel about it? And so this was, like, it represents the person who passed it down to him. If so, perhaps Karama is a really old name, perhaps that's ancient and the sword has already been called that. Or perhaps Karama is the name of its previous owner. Because that could be our Kei Asogi on the Morse code. Hold on, sorry, we're going back to the notes. We've got the Morse code that says, oh my god, I'm constantly on my wrong place. Hang on. We've got the Morse code note that said Kei Asogi. If this is actually Karuma Asogi, then that could be his father. Draw the sword? Yeah, hang on. It looks roughly like this. How does the hilt work? It's round, okay. And then it's got like the ribbon around it. It's important. The sword is definitely important. Make it make sense. I just want answers. What did he mean by having something very important that I have to do? Only a sharp eye will notice the sword, right? Uh-huh. Savvy plot point. I had hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I've not found a single clue. I see. Shit. Okay. Still, we're on the same page as Ryu, and that's good, because Ryu's page is our page. Ace Attorney really loves sword imagery, huh? It's important! A swear? Yeah, I'm sorry, we swear here. I'm full of them. I'm full of too many, I'm trying to swear less. Is Sholmes downstairs? Yikes, I'm telling- No! Don't tell me! Ooh. Alright, 22nd of February, Sholmes Suite. Bruno and Susie, hooray, you're back! Honestly, but I'm getting bullied by my chat. I can't help it, I'm Australian. Just Australian things, woo. Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am! And you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Just Australian things. You flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups. Whirling like a swawa? A little swawa? A little swawa? Really? Thanks, Iris. Actually, what's that foul smell? You. Aha! The Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court? Oh, the Mr. Moustache case? That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you think you did! Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Interesting. Interesting. I'm connecting dots where there aren't any dots. We know that he's spoken to Mr. Reaper before because he burst into the courtroom to be like, yeah, Barak Van Zieks. The Reaper of the Bailey, that's his nickname. Wait, oh my god, Ali, of course, you wouldn't know. Barak Van Zieks is the Reaper of the Bailey, so called because everyone who goes up against him, even if they don't get a guilty verdict, they end up having terrible misfortune befall them. Is it just me or is Peach wearing Sean's outfit right now and he's not got his jacket or hat? Eyes emoji. Gee, I wonder where they could have gone. Mine now. Yoink. I do have his glasses though. We have double glasses. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Reaper. So, we know that Shams has met Barak Van Zieks before because he burst into court that one time and was a total mess and then he passed out. And also, we know from the bonus content that they had those ridiculous goings on, they just treat the court like their personal little playhouse. However, I feel like past the time of day with Mr. Reaper again, it's been too long. It could be a throwaway line, but what if they knew each other? What if there's a deeper connection there? What if it's the connection between, like, Wilson, Gregson, Shams, Reaper? Ah! Is the court not your personal little playhouse? I mean, maybe a little. Is Lord Van Zieks an acquaintance, Mr. Shams? Naturally! There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. He's 3 meetings, right? Would like to have a word. Perhaps. Not quite what I asked, but still. And listen, that is such an evasive answer. Check out Karina from Jolfy's. Oh my god, I should have a look at that. I really like Jolfy. Karina's so cool. I will have a look at that. Hi, dropping by here to say hello. Hi Nathan, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. You having a nice day? Okay, so like, yeah, haha, Shom's funny, Shom's arrogant, blah 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 blah. He's avoiding the question on purpose. Stop trying to censor me. Illegal. Mr. Shams, whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh dear. Oh good, thank you. Can't stay here for long because I haven't played this episode yet. No spoilers. No spoilers! Alright, you better head off. We are full of spoilers. Want me to link you the drawing on Twitter? That would be so great! Please do! Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? I really like your art and seeing it on Twitter makes my day better, so I wanted to thank you. What the hell? That's so sweet! Thank you so much! Have a really good day. Enjoy your day, night, whatever. And I hope you get to play this case soon. It's really fun. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Bye! Lord Barak Van Zieks. Yes, it's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Speaking of Twitter, my roommate has been following you on Twitter since before we played Dragon Age together? Really? Oh my god! What? That's so cute! This world is so small. That's a really long time ago. That's back in the Mob Psycho days. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts. Or later the hapless soul. Sooner or later the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. I can 100% guarantee you that it's because of the B-arts. Hog! But vanished how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one final terminus, my dear fellow. Well, it all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Moustache is fighting fit. For the time being, at least. Did I miss the end of the trial? We went to... Ali, I'll kill you. Ali, shut your mouth. Ali? No. Did I miss the end of the trial? We went to, reinvestigate. Guilty! we were not able to conclude, so the judge called, oh my god, sorry, all of my words. We adjourned from trial so that Scotland Yard could have a look into the soap and test for tea. That's not overly reassuring.
If the rumours are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zeek's own hand.
As it happens, Mrs. Sato, that is quite impossible. Guilty of being a cutie because of the sharp blade. Okay, thank you, Keys. You know what? Let's look at that right now. Let's all look at that together. It is always so good to see Van Zeek's art. Oh no! This is so. Oh my god. Hang on. Let's I'm gonna paste the link here, but I'm also gonna just bring it up. Let's head over here. Oh my god. Open the correct tabs. Copy image. Open Clip Studio. Paste image. Look at this! Karina has got the vibes. Hot and sexy. Beloved.
Oh? Why?
Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued. But 5 years ago, you want to see her drawing it? It's the Problematic Faves episode. I will go check that out. He vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. Bitter fights for death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. It really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again.
Well, Bruno, I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky. Or incredibly unlikable.
I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is, of course, my latest invention! A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea.
Oh my!
There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavour. Wow, that's suddenly unsavory behaviour. Joms, you almost got acid on me last time. Please so watch out. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris?
At the ready, Hurley.
Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? It's turned completely black. What a foul odour it's giving off. Indeed. The blacker the tea becomes and the more foul the odour, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious. But what do you do with that black liquid now? Why, dispose of it, naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you?
There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Shams.
Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. You wasted expensive tea. That's okay, they're rich off of book dealings. The point is, we are entering a new era of science. In the world of criminal investigation, also.
Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times.
I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work.
The Sherlock-Holmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. I'm sorry guys, we're going back to the board. I have things to say about this. Why am I constantly on the wrong tab? I think forensic science is really important. I dropped just the wrong size. There we go. Forensic science. Now, I think that links these three together really well. Like, whoop. Okay, no, I hate that. That's really ugly. Links to Wilson and Eugene Agapova. We don't get bored here, we get bored? Yeah! I think the fact that he's studying forensic science is really important. I think that's gotta come. I just think there has been such a focus on poisons in this game and on Sholmes' little detections, but that no one will take seriously. And I think it's so suspicious that there was that reagent for the secret poison that couldn't work. Like, that's why they found nothing, but they wouldn't have found any poison in Kazuma's system if it was a new poison because it would require the correct reagent. This is how Kazuma could still be alive! The motives don't make sense, but everything else does. The how, what, who, when, it's just the why. It's just the why that I can't crack. Okay. Back to the game. I'm sure we can get a little bit more information from Sholmes about this. Conspiracy runs deeper! Okay. We're really going in leaps here. I'm always too scared to not go in order because sometimes they reference things from the earlier conversations, even if you haven't had them yet. The wasted T and Y, right? The wasted T and Y. Although something I should add to my board that I haven't yet is the salaries. We keep seeing that people are criminally underpaid. I feel like that's important. I feel like that's going to come up again. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Mr. Sato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Ziek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. The fact that this is going through 2 games, yeah, that's just capitalism, but capitalism bad. Capitalism and authority bad. That's the Ace Attorney mantra. Indeed. It is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes? Do you, Mr. Sholmes? Do you, Mr. Sholmes? It was about 10 years ago that Barak Van Zieks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. No way! No fucking way! Yo! Hailed from the Empire of Japan. No! Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but... Not Van Ziek's coming from Japan. Van Ziek's best friend was Japanese. 10 years ago, before he became a lawyer. The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Moustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. So, your T-test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of higher or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints, I return what I missed. Ali, you missed everything! Look at this! Look at this! We just learned that Van Zieks joined the
He became a lawyer 10 years ago, retired after 5 years, but before that, his best friend he was Japanese. This must be the person who betrayed him, of course. I really think it's Kyosogi. I really, really do. Judge Shigoku, Mikotoba, or perhaps Mr. Sogi, right? It is absolutely one of those three. Jigoku, I need more information on, right? Judge Jigoku is so important. But yeah, Jigoku, Mikotoba, Mr. Osogi, Mr. Natsume, and Mr. Hosonaga are the only people old enough for it to be them. It's not Mr. Natsume. It could be Hosonaga, but that doesn't really make sense. I think it's gotta be Jigoku, Mikotoba, or Mr. Osogi. We will add it to the board. I just want to collect some more information on forensic science first. It was actually BD's notes. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Natsume is too recent of a student? Exactly. And Hosonaga just doesn't really fit. You can't catch me, DJ. Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there. I hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. I mean, you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Shams. There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. Pretentious. No, what I am researching is skin prints. Skin prints? A nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Mr. Shams. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Shams, you carry acids in your belt. Yeah. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. The spirit, Rune. See you later. Yes, until later. No, Mr. Shams, we were thinking you'd come with us. Please, 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 please. You are? Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I should be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Lottie, hi! We are good. We are pogging so hard. We have just got the most important information. How are you? I really enjoyed the way the music trailed off there. Your commitment astounds me. Thank you, Mr. Shams. We'll eagerly await your arrival. What information? Give me 1 second. We will go over this. Bye-bye, Rune. Bye, Susie. Okay. Before we move, before we go somewhere else, let's get on this. So, what can we amend here? Where can I add this in? Let me move these around so we can make more room. So. Okay. We just learned that Van Zieks became a lawyer 10 years ago. And more importantly, sorry, let's move this down a little further. We learned that his best friend at the time was Japanese. So, who is his old best friend? Okay. Our suspects are Mikotoba, Judge Shigoku, and we shouldn't assume K. Mr. Osogi. We need a conspiracy emoji. Yeah, I'll get on that. Yeah, you're right. I should put Japanese in capital letters. It's important. We also know that... Hang on a fuck. Here's a question. Here's a question for everyone. Why does Shams know that?
Why does Shams know who his best friend was 10 years ago? What a weird thing for Shams to know. Especially after he mentioned that it's been a long time since they were together. Shams is nosy, but surely this isn't like common information, right? And it's all wrapped up in this conspiracy. This is yet another thing that Shams can't talk about. I think probably because it's Ryu's cluelessness that's protecting him. And Shams needs to keep him clueless until the last moment. What I want to know is, like, Shams is really respected, right? He says, arrest that guy, and they do. Scotland Yard is like, oh yes, Shams said Mr. Natsumi did it, let's take him to jail. People trust him, and he knows about whatever's going on, so why can't he talk about it? Why can't Shams expose what's going on? Why does it have to be... I think it had to be Kazuma Asogi. This is my theory, right? It had to be Kazuma who exposed it, I'm not sure why yet. But now, because Kazuma is dead, then slowly, you know, Shams is like, no, the Ryu is just a distraction, we don't care about him. And then over the course of the trial, Ryu proves himself. Shams is like, he's shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. And then he realizes that, he says, I overlooked one important detail. The sea strand man was a very close companion of yours. I think this is the moment where he goes, wait a minute, it should have been Asogi, but Ryu can take its place. He definitely wants this out. But yeah, maybe Shams was also part of the friend group. That's what I'm thinking, right? I think they were maybe a trio, even 4 of them. There's no way Aishin is Herlock Shams, right? If he changed his name. This is too much for my small brain. We are slowly piecing everything together. Because Shams would have been friends with Wilson. We don't... No, I was about to say, wait a minute. You know what else happened 10 years ago? Iris was born. And that's when Wilson went away. Why can I add this? Born just as Barak Van Zeeks becomes lawyer. Right, Edgy Larry, but if they were competent, yeah. Okay, so. Aishin. Viewsy. My views have little bits on them. My views look like this, and my views look like this. I love a good secret child plot. Yeah, the theory here is that Iris is actually Barak Van Zeeks and John Wilson's child. Okay. I think it actually has to be Mikotoba. It could... Oh my god, I'm tying myself in knots here. Okay. So, we know that Mikotoba and Wilson are friends. We don't know when they've met, but it's implied that they're quite old friends, I believe. Possibly 10-year-old friends? If they are 10-year-old friends, then we know that Mikotoba would have been in England. If Mikotoba's in England, that would explain who Barak Van Zeek's friend might have been. Maybe there were 2 of them. Maybe it was Mikotoba and... Let's put aside the father theory for now. We can't prove that. We don't have substantial evidence. I think it was Mikotoba. Because he also knows about whatever this secret is. If it was Mikotoba, Barak Van Zeek's friends with Mikotoba, betrayed by Mikotoba, then why would it be Kazuma? It could be like 4 of them. One of Van Zeek's scars from Sword? That's what I've got, right? Was the scar from the sword? Was the scar from Parama? What if this betrayal, What if this betrayal is that he was attacked by Kazuma's, like, ancestor, like, father or whatever? By the sword Parama? I don't know. I think we're onto something. I really think that Asogi's father is involved. And I think that Mikotoba is involved as well. I think it's both of them. Somehow. We need more details. But this is big. This is cool. This is huge. Wait, who is Asogi again? Asogi is Kazuma. Kazuma Asogi, our best friend, who was supposed to be the one being a lawyer, but then wasn't. Asogi is his family name. We know from the Morse code that
The Morse code had his name on it, but it's just a K, and I don't know if that actually stands for Kazuma. I think it stands for perhaps his father. Ah! Okay. Let's find out some more. Oh my god, sorry, we spent so long that the Switch started going to sleep. The Van Ziegs wasn't always an asshole. I don't think so, no. I really... Wait, hold on. I also want to add that he had... Sorry, let me take us back. I want to add that Van Ziegs always has an alibi. Cat girl! Yes, sir. Yeah, we don't know Asogi's chosen name. Exactly. Okay. Always alibi. Which adds up with Pony's theory that I've adopted. That Strongheart actually is in charge of the Reaper curse and maintains it as part of everything. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Thank yous. Ow. Okay, let's go to the crime scene and then we'll go to the hospital. (22nd February, Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ground floor. Gregson! Ah, hello again, Inspector Gregson.
What are you doing here?
Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. Asogi Kazuma, Asogi Karuma, connects a million strings. Exactly! Connects all the strings! It all comes together! Infinichip's my favorite copper. I love him. It was the bricks? Yeah, it was the bricks the whole time.
Yeah, I know the score.
Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With the tea in it?
Yeah, we found it all right. And there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said.
I knew it.
With the identification section at the yard now. We're looking into it. The results should be available later today.
Spill the tea, Gregson. That's wonderful news, thank you. Gregson, what is your room?
Fortunately, this isn't his room. This is Shamspir's room. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning.
Sorry?
Sorry, I think that was a little bit more like, pretty impressive performance in court this morning.
Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Okay. Oh look, he came with us anyway! He said he wasn't going to. We can always count on him. Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? Hi, Strawberry! How you doing? Welcome. Are you having a good day?
What a question indeed! Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene?
Reliably unreliable? I mean, a little bit.
Sherlock again, Bog. Ah, there we go.
I'm so glad! Sholmes is like...
I don't know, something about him. He says he's not coming, but I trust that he will always come through when it's important.
Like how he hijacked
the train for us. What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi, what are you doing here, Sholmes?
He recovered his clothes right as you got them off.
What train?
What are you up to over there? What are you doing here?
Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems.
It's now the time, Mr. Sholmes. Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised?
With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam.
Do your funny little jester dance for us. What's all this?
Ryu's been spending too long in England. What's all this then?
Dance, monkey, dance.
All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Sherlock Sholmes' sensational skin print Seeker gun.
He's so stupid, I love that anime.
There is just something about a man who is so dumb. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shamspeare's cup. Josh, have you not seen his... He's got a forensics gun. This is one of my favorite things. Each individual leaves macroscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. We get to wear his goggles. Oh my god, seeing the way Shom sees. Unironically a little bit flushed about this. There. Now, spray the chemical indicator about, and all will be revealed. Spray? How do I do that exactly? A little press of A on the area you're interested in is all that's required. Like this! What is that stuff? It's like fog. The suspension of the chemical indicator is a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. He is romantically behind you, putting it over your eyes and directing your hands for short. Stop, I can't think about that. My cheeks are actually heating up.
And this guy would be vibrating. Desperately, I want to see Emma and Iris talk.
I think that would be the cutest thing ever. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. You may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. If someone tells me that Shams is really tall, I'm marrying... Lottie, I have news for you. Well, he's like 5'11". I believe. 185 centimeters? 5'11's pretty tall, right? Yeah! So I can't think of romance or I'll die. I love him so much. On my way to buy a wedding ring. I love him. He is not a tiny man. He is taller than I am. Love that in a man. I'm 5'10", so it works pretty well for me. Hand in marriage, hand it over. Yeah, sorry. That's the deep lore. The fun thing about my height is that I am... Yeah, it doesn't matter. How do you like your eggs in the morning?
I like them kind of runny.
Me having to wear platform? I'm very small, I want Shams to pick me up. Beloved. Beloved! Oh my god, I care him so much. I care him so much, it's unreal. Okay.
Last time, pick me up next time. I've got you. Alright.
Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. I've lost the thread of what we're doing. I got distracted by Shams. We're spraying things! Can we just spray anything?
Yes, Peach, me too. On it! I'm gonna lift you guys up.
Okay. Okay, we know that he was putting things in for sure now. Yeah, you've been touching so much. Bro, wash your hands. This isn't COVID safe. You can safely assume he touched the bricks as well. Bricks. Surely he wasn't touching the ceiling, right? Okay. Can we investigate further or look around, or do we just, like, stop? Ah! Oh, look at all this here! Ah, yes! Interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Ooh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here. There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over though, is there? Secret tunnel in the floor. Yeah, actually, there's a weird floorboard here. I tried to investigate it earlier, but we got nothing. But now, perhaps a little secret. I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over.
I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Shams.
Wow, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor.
Yes, there's no obvious explanation. I would like to investigate further. I would very much like to investigate further. Getting in here? Wow, you can really go crazy with the spray. Ember, hand in marriage. Eats soap, falls over nothing. That's enough, I'm in love with him. If I press B, can I back out of this? Examine things? No, we are here until I find whatever I need to find. Okay. We can just spray randomly then. Let's see, let's see. Anything here? Yeah. Just hold A and go hand. You can't spray, I was trying just then. It doesn't let you spray while you're moving it around. You have to stop moving and then spray. Which is a little frustrating, but that's okay. Okay. I hope this isn't too not safe for work, but I want to hold his hand. I mean, you're pushing it a little, so be careful. The shelf on the right, maybe? Let's have another look. I think I sprayed this, but... What have I not sprayed? I want to kiss his stupid face. His hair looks so soft, you know? I'm sorry, this is just Sean's admiration now. He just, it looks so fluffy and soft, and I want to run my little fingers through it. What else am I missing here? Jumps and... What? Yeah, we got this. No, we did this already. I guess I'll do all the detective work while you swoon over Shams. Yeah, I'm swooning too hard right now to be functional. I definitely can't back out of this. Ah! Hog! Okay. Look, there are dozens of handprints here. So there are. A great many indeed, so much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. It sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. A rather dull scene, after all. Listen, Susato has the brain cell? Yeah. Although, to be fair, she is not immune to home simping either. Was this guy cataloging the painting? He's gotta practice. Like when middle schoolers practice kissing on their hands, he's practicing carpet on the wall. And without wishing to state the obvious, I wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Mrs. Sato. It's a bit of a mystery then. Well, we sprayed Mr. Shom's amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we? We did, but there are two places in particular that of interest, I would say. The handprints on the floor there, and on the wall by the picture, you mean? Impressionism? Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. It won't be a moment. I mean, I'm ace as hell, but there are other reasons for hands on the wall. Ah! Fanfic Red is famously obsessed with writing about William Shakespeare. Ah! What is it, Mr. Sato? Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards has popped out. One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place? That's a lot of work, Mr. Sato. So, what do we have in here? Oi, what are you lot doing? Not just yet, Josh. There is a line here though, everyone be aware. We talk about hand-holding, we do not talk about anything explicit. Inspector Gregson. Stand aside right this minute. My job to investigate that. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips whilst we dig around under the floor here.
Your fancy talk's putting me off me food anyway, Shams. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Oh my god. Lottie, I'm giving you a warning, okay? Oh no. For real though, when we hit +5 and we had been seeing Shams in his coat the whole game and then we see him in just the vest, that felt so scandalous. I'm gonna head off, but this is exciting. I did not realize you were still here, Ruby. Thank you so much for sticking around. Yes, I will hydrate. I love you. Goodbye. His vest? When was this? Oh, hang on. Can I safely bring it? No, I can't Google that. Whenever he's at home, he's just wearing his vest, and like his shirt. He just takes off the coat and the hat, but you know. Hello? Sir? 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 Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. Bye, I love you. Bye. It's not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw tatami mat. So you're not a deer. Posture check. I'm shrimping, but I don't want to move. I'm gonna keep shrimping. I'm comfy. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? Okay, okay. I am unshrimped. It was so comfortable though. I'm stretching to make up for it. Ah! I am getting warmed. Scary. Shams wouldn't like you shrimping? I'm not convinced that Shams doesn't sit like L. Oh! I'll investigate it once. Shams sit sideways in chairs? Yeah. I know you're new to the streaming business, Celeste, but it's the streamer you were immune to warns? What? Is this real? Oh my god. Never mind. Re-shrimp him. No, I'm kidding. Josh has given me power just now. I'm immortal. I'm untouchable. Shams eats soap, he has no say in this. You're right. Probably can't use a chair properly. He sees a chair and he's like, oh my. I'm deducing. Their feet are flat on the ground, their back is straight. He sits on the back of couches like the gremlin he is. Exactly! Upside down on the chair. I bet he does the like, turns the chair around and sits on it backwards and leans over the back of the chair. That's kind of attractive, I'm not gonna think about that anymore. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that. You gotta draw all this later, by the way, it is the law. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. There you are, a print for you. Okay, photograph of the handprints on the wall has been entered into the court record. Oh, thank you very much. Convention can make prints, too? Now then. I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know! Oh my! They checked the back of the painting. I bet they didn't. That is a good call. Gun, camera? No, the camera is in his binoculars. He's not on screen, but you can see it on my hat right now. I think he must press a button or something, but he can take a photo with them. Sean's down here inspecting me with stupid. I love him so much. Alright. Gregson, what have you got for us? This is the slowest we've ever been through like 12 lines of dialogue. He's just so distracting! He's so handsome, how am I supposed to play when I could admire him instead? I'd love to know if there's anything hidden under that floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson, really, it's been too long! What is it, Shams? thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. No way. Suppose not. Dismal failure! Yes, I heard. I killed know what was under that floorboard. That was weird. That was a weird interaction. Like, okay, haha, it's funny, it's cute. Sean's just like, oh my god, you're my best friend, haha. And Gregson's like, I fucking hate you. Leave me alone. I can't stand you. Go away. But the way that Sean's like sobered up after Gregson reminded him that they're not friends, I don't know, like that, if it had just been like a normal line, it would be, oh, of course we're best friends, I'm the great detective, everyone knows me, but instead he's like, no, I suppose not. Which makes me wonder what if they were friends once, right? What if they were friends once? Gregson, Wilson, Sholmes, Van Zeeks, Mikatoba? Question mark? Kazuma's dad? I think they're all interconnected. Yeah. Sorry, I had to turn my brain off of chat for a second because it kicked me into mode. What are we saying? And talking about sitting, you all sit like little freaks. I love you guys. Masato does the opposite because she's so pretty. She makes me smarter. Beloved. Friendship ended with Gregson. Now redacted is my best friend. Right? Very interesting. I wanna add that to the board actually. I'm running out of room. I need to make it bigger. Let's move all of this down. Seems genuinely, oh my god, that is just loops. Genuinely at when Gregson, I'll just call him TG, says they aren't friends. What they want? Blueberry donuts? I want some! Her ability drawing cute little faces fills me with envy in the best way. They're fun! For what it's worth, I just ripped most of these directly from, like, official art. What's the next tech panel? Is Sean floating back tears? I would be interested if it is. I really like when we see more of his serious side. It shows that there's, like, more to him. Sorry, where's my game? There we go. Okay. More to him than just a himbo. There's something deeper. Mr. Stan Peach wants to see him cry. No, it's not that I want to see him cry. I just want to see him step out of his role as little court jester. Because he does occasionally. He's like, no, you know that I can't talk about this. He's like, wait until you see the dark side to London. Suzato, don't speak about the Hound of the Baskervilles. Iris, you can't publish that. Why is he keeping all these secrets? Okay. Alright then, fair's fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all.
Scandalous, I'm sorry.
Suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Wait, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. Men are like deep dish pizzas. Yeah. I can't finish my sentence, it would be too crude. There were 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box.
Full of cheese. Now, what do you want to know? I am like a thin and crispy pizza. I am thin. Good for crunching. Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. About a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester. How terrible. Made the headlines down here in London as well. Bloke's been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. Sorry, when did he say that was? 3 months, okay. At first I thought he said 3 years. Oh my goodness! He'd committed a capital offence? And by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work into burglaries and murder. To say the hoard he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000. Not careful, we may need a peach gun after hours stream. No! A hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like, but he'd hidden it somewhere, and no one knows where. And now, he's dead. Papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell. Some such was the headline. One Piece! Right, come on, let's go to the Grand Line. Does it not strike you, bro? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? Suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. A 1p. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork. Sorry. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up. Capital offender article has been entered into the court record. Alright. So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. Who is that? Why is... What is Garrett Absteele? Why does he keep coming up? It's the guy with the wife. Yeah, exactly. It's the guy with the wife who killed someone on accident. The wife, not Mr. Garrett. And then Mr. Garrett was on the 5th jury. And then once again, we're back with him. Is one of those dudes the guy from the jury? The one on the left is definitely from the jury. The one on the right looks familiar, but I'm wondering if I'm just confusing him with the other guy on the jury. Because they both have like light hair with like a flat fringe. I don't think they're the same though. The guy on the right is on the jury? We got twin-cowed? Illegal. But that's what I was thinking, right? The right guy though. Okay, cool. I'm glad I'm not the only one thinking that. Which means that all of the jury members are somehow connected. We'll have a look. When we get back to the jury, we'll bring this up as evidence if we're allowed to keep it. Or not bring it up as evidence, we'll just compare it for our own sakes. Very interesting. Wait, did I read that last one? Sorry. Yes. I'm sorry? Nope, Shoms. Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garradeb, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garradeb's son, perhaps? Perhaps. You can take that print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah, is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. All the more reason I'm not telling you. A dismal failure! Yes, I heard. Hidden photograph added to court record. Is there anything on the back? Hey, is there anything on the back though? I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. Oh, okay, I can't turn it over, never mind. Anything on the back? No. Okay. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester's Strangeways Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. His pin looked out of place on his vest. I also think it was murder. I think it was murder by poison. Poison is important. This pin? The big one? That is out of place. This guy's a little painter dude. Yeah. It does stand out. Gyarados is very like, hey, did you know that I was in the military? Hey, have you heard that I was in the military? But maybe he made the painting on the wall. That's a good point. Okay. This is just a photograph of the handprints. And the painting. Interesting, interesting. I mean, Mr. Shamspeare himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. The crooked painting? He is crooked! He's crooked. I imagine Mr. Gyarados was rather delighted to have been mortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. It looks like a war medal? Yes. Yes, it is. Gyarados has like a cannon in his room. He's very war souvenirs. Now this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Oh, wait! Wait! Bulk Up Boy Shamspeare? It's possible. I can't say for sure, but it's possible. The nose does look different. It could just be a stylization thing. We'll have to see Shamspeare's like 3D shape. We'll keep it in mind. I don't think so, but it's definitely a good thing to keep in mind. Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. Completely empty. What? Shamspeare! Give us a clue, man! You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, thin air. Empty, rather like how I feel inside. Is nothing more to this box then? I wonder. Can I have that too? Hey, Gregson, can I have the box? Really, you okay? Cat! Oh, this would be Wagahai, before we had Wagahai. Cute. Poor Ryu, he's going through it. Wagahai! Oh look! It's that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name? Kaneka! That's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. Oh! Wagahai, is that like another form of Watashi? I don't know what that one means. I wonder how he got in here. Oh, the cat. Oh, wonderful! Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I bought for you from the cat's meat man. Meow. Wagahai is a form of referring to yourself. Do you happen to know the connotations? I could look it up. Wagahai is a classical way to say I that was used by older men of high social stature. Yeah, that tracks. Thank you for the copy paste, Allie. He couldn't be happier now, look. I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too. Oh my god, did you guys see his little kneading animation? Baby! Meow. That was cheeky little meow, Wagahai. But he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to. Ooh, 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 ooh. Can I click on him again? Yeah!
He's so cute. Look at his little strap. Ew, 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 ew. He even wears a bow tie like Natsume. Cute. I cat him. I want a cat so much. They are so beloved. Okay, what are we actually doing here? The prison! We need to go to the prison. I think we've got a fair bit of information out of this. We really need to pet Wagahama. Yeah, distracted by a cat! Oh, you're right. To advance the story, I need to go back and pet Wagahai. I just keep missing things like this. Truly, unbelievable. 22nd February, St. Bartholomew's Hospital, recovery ward. What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices. Oh. They know each other? He got angry, O ample lady. Verily, thou art mistaken. Mistaken my foot! You were looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard. The ear of man hath not seen. I think you've got that one around the wrong way. It was foul indeed, the poison that moustache villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. I wish that you died from that poison. God have mercy, ample lady. If thou seest, I have vigour still. Behold my Shakespeare dance! Wow, he's got so many animations. Look at him go. Let's just sit here and watch this for a minute. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Reverse dabbing! Ah! Lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence riseth... 'Tis the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Shakespeare? Marry, I do believe I am returned unto another ward. He was looking, that's what he was doing. Looking at my terrible work. Imagine if those jewels he's wearing were the stolen ones. Right, though? Like, what if? Eastern fellow, so darkly clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh, well, thank you. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Bruh. I love seeing all the theories. And excellent. Mr. Shakespeare might technically be the victim in this case. There's definitely a lot more to it than that. Very hard to pin the man down. I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person. Miss Green, is everything alright? Oh, yes. I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, sir. I must get ready to leave now. Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. She's so cute, right? I love her. Look at her go. Okay. What can we examine in here? What's new? I've forgotten everything already. She looks like a Moomin character in the best way. Beloved. This looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital. The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so... He or she is probably running around the hospital then. Oh dear. How worrying. What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. That is interesting. This looks like the patient's treatment note. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place, a zoo?
You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park.
For the pigeons, yes. This is a person.
Poor woman, I hope she hasn't read this.
You've looked at the rat already.
There must be a mag of Miss Green's personal belongings.
She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though.
I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside.
Change of clothes, no doubt, and... You were going through it?
No, Mr. Naruhodo. You must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings.
A young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel... Beloved. He just wants a sweet treat. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that?
If you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep.
Need to pet the rat friend 69 times to continue the story? Okay, never mind, let me get on that. That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy looking one.
I've no doubt you'd managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well.
There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mr. Sato. What does this note say? There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet, look. Okay, no, this is the same dialogue again. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this.
Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two.
Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors.
I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mr. Sato. He has so little faith in Ryu. I think that might be earned, though. I like when she bullies him a bit. It proves that they're good friends. She wouldn't have done that when they first met. This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it?
Ah, I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe, used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses.
Really? Not exactly what you'd call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? Ryu is breaking under the weight of insipid British food. It's so good, though!
No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before.
Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Okay, we talked to Olive? It's literally a figure of Miss Green, they are so rude. For real! So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green?
I am.
Thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me. Well, yes. It really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. I think she's holding a key. But a key to what? What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly. Oh my god, she's holding keys. Really? Perhaps. Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Oh yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Okay. I suppose that's all that's here for now? Fire Road, Garadab's room, prison. I take it prison is where Mr. Natsume is. Let's go talk to him and then maybe we can go ask Mr. Garadab about the photograph. 22nd February, local prison. Cell 9.
Ah, Mr. Natsume is back.
So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello. I'm a cat. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Helllock Sholmes. I don't know about courts, or trials, or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality. This guy is one inconvenience away from a heart attack. Yeah. Nautilus, hi! Imperial student Peachka Esquire, hello! Imperial student Nautilus Esquire, locum student Nautilus, hello! I am a cat as yet I have no name. Trying to. He already has. Completely. So, what is your name then? As yet I have no name. Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out his true identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? One of Saseki's famous works. I am a cat. As such, I have no name. Beloved. There he is. There's my beautiful bouncing boy. I am not a cat. It worked! He's back in the real world! What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate! Mr. Natsume, no! This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope. Yes, yes. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent! In court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere! What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss? Yes, yes we must. You let it get to your head. Yeah, he becomes distinctly unlikable. But he's baby right now. Okay, what have we got? Also, the fact that he says that he's seeing Van Zeeks everywhere, adding it down to my CO2 poisoning theory. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No. Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today, being in that courtroom was... It was the most moving experience of my life, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Looking at a grown-ass man, baby boy. You do behave like a baby boy, though. You're too kind.
Scotland Yard found the remaining tea, just as we deduced, and are analysing it as we speak.
Something wrong with that tea. They won't find it. Sorry. There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn, sworn Saseki certainty. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies.
And at the time, we were both completely fine.
As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shakespeare then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then.
Speaking of tea,
do you prefer hot or cold?
it depends on the weather.
I drink a lot of iced tea. You can normally get it pretty cheap, so the poison was in the soap. I think it might be. I drink a lot of iced tea, but it's also been summer recently. When it's in winter, I drink a lot of bubble tea. I like... Is T2 an international brand? Or are they Australian? Regardless, I really like T2's Melbourne breakfast. It's so tasty. But the problem is having to go make the tea. So I end up drinking iced tea more often than hot tea, because if the tea is hot, I have to go stand upstairs and wait for the kettle to boil, and wait for my tea to steep before I can put my milk in it, and then I have to go downstairs, and then I've just got my cup of tea. P2 is based in Australia. Everything iced, I make like 2 large iced coffees a day. This is a cry for help. I don't do well with caffeine. It makes me really jittery. I don't know what it is. Me, it's cold tea, especially the sweeter they are, the colder I prefer. Interesting. I mean, both are good, right? Also, yeah, bubble tea good. I drink probably slightly more bubble tea than I should. Last time I ordered from my bubble tea place, they were out of the pearls. How does a bubble tea place run out of pearls? Coffee, on the other hand, I prefer hot. I like mochas. Not a coffee drinker though. Bubble tea makes me sick because too sweet. That's fair. For ages, I really wanted to have like standard bubble tea, like just straight up milk tea. But when I tried my friends, it was really, really bad. It turns out it was just a bad batch, but for ages I thought I didn't like it. Now it's my order all the time. Give me English breakfast tea with milk, because why would you not? And I am set forever. Yeah! What's really good is when you make Ceylon tea, but then you put condensed milk in it. I like boba places that do soda water in their stuff, so it's like boba soft drink with bits of sakura flour in there. That's so cool. Generally ask for no sugar, like a quarter. Interesting. The place near my house is so sweet, it's like eating syrup. Ah. You've got English breakfast right now? Sha! Sha! Tea is good. I'm a tea fan. I like both. Alright, where are we? That rotten Shakespeare! What have I ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. Each got so sweet, it's like watching syrup. I always order half or no sugar though, pearls are sweet enough. I have a sweet tooth, I get full sugar. No ice. I don't recall anything. Anything at all! Right. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, do you have a schedule or do you stream when you feel like it? I would love to have a schedule eventually, but right now I do not. I think having a schedule is a good idea, it works really well, but yeah. Because I just started this casually, this year. I thought, well, I'll just stream when I can, and then I will see when I stream more often. I would like to be streaming around this time, but then also, what time is it now for me? It's 11:14 p.m. for me right now. I'd like to also be streaming at like 11:14 a.m. on some days, but right now I haven't been able to make it at that times. So yeah, mostly I go live around 7 p.m. my time, so 3 hours ago, but the nights is pretty random at this point. Hopefully I will develop a schedule soon. No, aren't you mad woman? You get more tea that way. Sincerely, you get more. I have a fave schedule, gave on committing to times, only do certain days whenever I like. It's been really easy. Interesting, I'll think about that. Yeah, I really want to have a schedule, but I don't know, sometimes things come up. Some days I'm really tired, some days it's the only day that I can hang out with my friends or whatever. I'm like, okay, well I'll stream the next day instead. But yeah, I'm trying to stream like 3 or 4 times a week. It's been more like 3. Yeah, hopefully schedule soon. Alright. What I don't understand is why you didn't let me know sooner. You know what, Mr. Natsume? About the soap, of course! What else? Also, your art looks fluff and cute. Bless! Thank you so much. I'd like to do more art streams, I just haven't been drawing lately because I only want to draw Ace Attorney, but I want to finish Ace Attorney before I draw it. Another one is committing to certain lengths, like setting a goal of maybe 2 to 3 hours on a certain day as a minimum, and other days are spontaneous. Interesting. That's a good point. I'll think about that too. I like the spontaneity of it. I liked that we ended up with a random 10-hour stream. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live in a cursed existence in such a cursed lodgings. Oh yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly! Especially the room that I ran. Plus, when are we gonna stream Phasmophobia together? Cry violently? That sounds terrifying. I put a lot of thought into different schedule strategies. Cute. Yeah, it's gotta be a way of managing, like, convenience for everyone, especially because time zones, like, I'm not gonna start playing Ace Attorney during the day. I did start playing Ace Attorney during the day and then switched to night times. But yeah, I want the people who have been here for all of the Ace Attorney to be able to make all the streams, so I'll keep it in this time zone. Phasmo in VR? Terrifying. Absolutely not. Spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place, and it's trying to kill me! Capital offender? Wait! The person who lived there was that... Oh! It all come together! The person who lived in Mr. Natsume's room before we moved in must be this guy, Selden. Might I ask, welcome student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps? The other thing also is don't try to stick to schedules if you feel you can't, they're not always necessary. Yeah! I figured, like, I don't know, maybe we'll try scheduling a week at some point, we'll see how that feels. And if it feels bad, we will go back to not having a schedule. Eventually I'll set up a Discord, and then it will be really easy to track. But not right now. Now, he said capital offender. Do you have any comments on this? What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Ah! So he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. Convicted killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. What? He's already taken one young man's life? And now, trying to take the life of another, a miserable, mustached, much maligned Japanese man. Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now. At the time, he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garrett's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now, in my very room. Oh my! Your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense? Before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse. What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume? He has been going on about the place being haunted for a while. I really think it's CO2 poisoning. It's already caused one death, a few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in the room. A man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Gas poisoning! Locked from the inside, exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes. Well, that was the start of it. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Gas? I only found that out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Garrett came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Gas leak! Landlord's lease luckily legal! Lucky for Mr. Garrett, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. And now you believe this curse is affecting you. It is! At first, I just felt as though I was being watched, all the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice. But why is your room so cold? London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on the overnight. For some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. Okay, so Natsume is cold, he starts lighting the fire at night.
Whenever someone else turns on the gas flickers, right? It fluctuates. So then Mr. Natsume gets no gas and the light goes off. The room fills with gas and he gets CO2 poisoning. Ally, your mind. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspeare last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. Clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garradab's rooms?
Also, he asked for some soap. Can we present the soap to him?
Mr. Natsume, what do you know about this?
Ah, there it is! That leathery lowlife that took my neighbor's life and sent me sliding to the depths of despair.
Hallucinations were...
Slippery, stickly, psychotic saboteur!
Hallucinations were gas-related. It all come together. You've really gone off soap, haven't you?
Absolutely, and I've made up my mind. The next time someone gives me soap as a present, it's... friendship finished firmly forever!
I don't know that we can blame the soap for everything that's happened, Mr. Natsume. Is it the yellow guy? I don't know.
We'll see, we'll see. We don't have a lot of other suspects right now. Okay. Anything else we can show to him? You know anything about this envelope?
Mr. Natsume. It's nothing much, but...
Ah! It's been too long since I've been offered a present with that delightfully humble etiquette of our homeland.
What?
You're too kind. I accept it gladly.
Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually.
The other guy placed the soap, didn't he? But no, he just happened to be by the window.
The Garradab photo. Yeah, maybe we can...
No, it's the same. Oh, okay.
Have we shown Natsume the armband yet?
We can get some dialogue like that.
Have I shown you this before, Mr. Natsume?
Oh, yes! The sweet, sweet aroma of our beloved homeland.
It shows that the wearer is a defense lawyer. It means nothing in Great Britain, of course, but I still wear it.
Oh, I know exactly how you feel, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. My Haramaki belly band! I don't feel right without it!
Your Haramaki belly band?
Perfect for the cold English winters. Just the thing to keep my tummy warm.
Yes, I see the link. Almost.
Okay.
Okay, let's head over to Mr. Garradab's house and interrogate him about the photo. Okay, 22nd of February, Mr. and Mrs. Garradab's rooms. Ah, you're here now, Mr. Garradab.
Right belly business it is for me, you know? Getting out and about.
You at the Old Bailey by any chance?
Interrogate sounds so severe. I'm here to interrogate.
22nd of February, almost your birthday? When was your birthday? Has it already been? The 26th today.
Naturally. Fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that. What a child of it.
Today? Happy birthday! Oh my god! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! That is so poggers! I hope you have a really good birthday.
The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. It's the old haunted lodgings or some such.
Ah,
Well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know?
I was literally waiting for the 26th in-game last stream, but seeing it's still the 22nd in-game, I just went for it now. It's good that you did! I would have been sad if we didn't get to wish you happy birthday. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened.
Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business.
I see.
So, What brings you to my haunted abode today, eh? What's this?
Mr. Garadab, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there?
No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name.
Duncan Ross.
Great photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot. For kicks, really.
Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume?
Yes, that's right. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Moustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap.
Taking care of your cats?
Cute.
Would you mind telling us a little more about him?
Okay, let's go through these. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse. The convict's curse, you mean? Ah, heard the stories, have you? I don't know, but one of my cats really like to lick people's feet. Salty. Modern scoundrel was arrested here, and the next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. And my next day... Wow, can't help but get the collie wobbles, can you?
When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green?
Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspeare, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still. Yes, well, so was that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, it sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that.
Duncan Ross could be a reference to Shakespeare?
I feel like I'm missing that one. Which play is that? Well, no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either.
But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here.
Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such like.
King Duncan from Macbeth, of course.
Macbeth was the one I really skipped over. I did not vibe with it. I should revisit it, actually. Ah yes, the tragic play of Duncan, Donuts and Ross. That's the one. I missed 12th Night. I should rewatch 12th Night.
You had a messenger called Ross?
Shakespeare it is then. Yes. I think you've had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Shams. Heaven forgive me. The words just came to my lips.
That's got no filter.
Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh?
There's no need for that, Mr. Garadab. Duncan Ross is an Elias from an antagonist in a Sherlock story? Interesting! Very, very interesting. That's right, Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy.
He is undeniably peculiar, however.
Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away?
Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone, and he popped up the very same day. Never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were.
I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamspeare been lodging under your roof?
That failed actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Interesting timing.
Only 3 months.
He's quite new here too. And what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garadab, if I might ask? Well, it was that Selden scoundrel as it happens.
Selden? Convict, you mean? The Sultan and Shamspear have some kind of connection then? That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see? Some malady or other. Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time. Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face. The actor fellow. Really? Yes, I remember it quite distinctly. 'Tis small, this world we inhabit. Worthy landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspear, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered erewhile for rent. Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. Already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee. Those curls must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor's taken. Ground floor or nothing. Selden is also linked to Holmes? Very, very interesting. Are those the same story or different ones? Selden and Duncan Ross, I mean. Very well. We have an accord. He's in Hound of Baskervilles? I should go read Hound of Baskervilles. I really should go read Hound of Baskervilles. I haven't read that one. Very, 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 very interesting. Lo, a Shamspear dance to celebrate. From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. This does feel a lot more connected. He was 3 months in arrears with the rent too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, alright? The bow! The bow took me out. I need a minute. I see now why Holmes forbid the publication. It's all very interesting. Alright. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garadeb. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow! One of his most famous lines! I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then. I love him. I love him so much. Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago, and after that criminal, Selden, was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Yes, well, anyway. It was one morning about a month ago now. I hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. Not the gas that alerted me it was. Ah yes, synonymous with the smell of death. What a weird thing to say. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the doors off its hinges. Once we got inside, we were bally collapsed. Because of the gas. Yeah, the room was full of it. No air at all. The stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. They replaced the pipes. But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing, that the stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed. That's the bally curse! The convict's curse! I've done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. Ah, that reminds me actually. Yes? About young Duncan. The night before the poor chap perished, he'd been writing a letter. A letter of affection to a young lady. A love letter, you mean? Yes. Where did I put it now? Which room is this about again? The one with the bricks removed? To air it out, maybe? No. So, what have we got? I don't know how to, like, show you. But on the 3rd floor, we've got Mr. Garadeb's room, where we are now. On the middle floor, we've got Mr. Natsume's room.
which is the one with the stove that keeps going out, and on the bottom floor we've got Mr. Shamspeare's room, which is the one we've seen with the bricks. Here it is. Left it on my desk. If you'll excuse me, let me see now. What does it say? My most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? That's me as the one in jail cell?
Correct. My dear Mrs. Sato, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, if you'll excuse me.
I will not excuse you, Mr. Shams, no.
Badly, he didn't address it though. There's no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really.
I see.
It's going to play on my mind.
Really, the identity of Mr. Russell's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone.
I believe it. Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Mr. Shams, please. I've already had to chastise you about this once.
My undying love to you, my colourful darling. Olive green.
Oh my god! Olive Green. The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged in her back outside the house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Oseki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean?
Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mr. Sato. I love him. Cocky bastard. Okay. I believe I've had enough of Mr. Garadab. Is there anything else we needed to show him? No, I think we're pretty good. Let's go talk to Olive. Oops, wrong way. Move. Here we go. Hospital bed. She's gone? No! 22nd February, St. Bartholomew's Hospital, Recovery Ward.
Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last.
This is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves. What is it? Yay! Okay.
Miss Green!
What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back.
One moment! I'll be with you in a jiffy!
Was she about to? What was she doing?
Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green? What were you just doing? Oh, nothing really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all. Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you if that's alright. I don't really have anything else to tell you.
Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. I am also worried it's poison.
It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh yes, I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat.
She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. Evil doctor being poisoned already? I don't know. Oh, no, I don't want to leave. I want to present. We didn't get the letter, right? Oh my god, we didn't even get the letter. Okay, instead, let's examine. This is the card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, you shouldn't be peeking at a young woman's private effects.
Right, I should save peeking for gentlemen's effects only.
You mustn't do that either.
And maybe you, Mr. Sato, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either, This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived.
Yes. She looked rather preoccupied, didn't she?
Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine.
I suppose that could be it.
In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once.
Ryu?
Ryu-chan, baby, no!
Oh no!
Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's better to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it? Ryu takes all of his medicine at once, and Shoms eats soap have so much in common.
Oh dear. And I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment.
Okay, that didn't really tell us anything. I really thought we would be able to present the letter, but we don't, like, have it. Ah, but I can just show her the photo of the guy. That should do it. He throws his medication back with pics of him eating pills like cereal. Okay, if I just show her the photo of the boy.
Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone.
Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Oh my fucking god. Okay, there's no way that that was safe to drink. Was she? Was she really about to... Oh boy. Oh no, I'm so sorry. A bottle of medicine fell down when she did.
Oh, Miss Green, are you alright?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. How do you know about Duncan?
Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter. To you.
It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan. A year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day.
And the two of you became romantically involved?
Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room. Save money for the wedding. And that's what led him to Mr. Garrodap's. Yes, he told me he'd found the worst but cheapest in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened.
We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green.
Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose.
Poor Miss Green.
She looks desperately sad. I was starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. Yeah, that's really rough. I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but... would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. I don't think leaving her alone is a good idea. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo! Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. Thank you, Shams. I love it. You're on top of it. But, Mr. Shams, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was here, dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. With all the Shakespeare references, I'm worried about what could happen. Romeo and Juliet ending. That's certainly what it looks like. Just casually spinning into the room. Well, make your presence known next time. Oh my fucking god. The rat. Oh my god, the rat. No! The hospital rat! No!
Mr. Shams, what's this about?
Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Sato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex-post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart.
What do you mean?
There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. Let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening, with nothing but careful observation. Alright. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see.
You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can.
This further goes towards my theory that Sholmes is doing his absolute best to train Ryunosuke. Alright. Dead rat. Oof. That now seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice it there before, did you?
I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived.
You don't think... Ah, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before spilled out onto the floor.
This is probably a very pivotal plot point, but I must pass out. Solve more crimes, please. Good night, Josh. I don't think we'll go much longer. Thank you so much for hanging out. Enjoy your sleep. I hope you had a good day today with your friends. Love you. Good night.
And the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison.
Don't worry. I will attend to the mouse presently.
Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? Take your own life. Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison.
No! Miss Green, please talk to us.
Definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere.
Yes. It may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it.
You're very polite, Susato, but I'd rather just read it. "10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight's been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine?" "Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking. It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought, if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things." "Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison." "Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that." "Oh no! Oh, it's all my fault! What have I done?" "I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection?" "No, none."
Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope in the card. This is the other piece of that torn envelope.
It arrived by post to my home the day before the incident that put me in hospital here. I have information regarding the death of Duncan and Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 PM on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. The 17th? Of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. She wasn't stabbed on accident. Was she? She was lured there? The Slug and Salad, yes. A pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road, being the street that Mr. Garridub's house is on. This mean that... That's why she was there, I guess. Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness. So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything. Yes, I'm very sorry to have had to drag up such painful memories for you. No, it's fine. Miss Green. Please, promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. The detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but well, that's how all this has made me feel. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. And, Mr. Naruhodo, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspeare, Mr. Garridub's lodgings, the convict Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway. I can't help wondering about the result of the analysis. Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean? Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it, or not? Well, I fear that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, Barak Van Zieks. But I wish you every success, of course. And though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial. Okay, so he definitely won't be there, right? Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come? Indeed! Whatever happens, I shall be there. Assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. We can do that! Right. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Saseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here. And so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn, for all of us. Awesome! Okay, so, second part of the case tomorrow. Oof. Kind of a whammy, huh? Yes, I would like to save my current progress, please. Okay, I think we'll call it there. Let's see, when can we stream again? I might be able to stream tomorrow night, but if not, it'll be Monday. As always, I'll post about it on Twitter. Brandon, hi! Thank you for the stream. Happy to provide. What, the last bit? Pog. Okay, let's do one little review before we call it off. Alright. Okay, so
We didn't learn a lot about the poison, which is what I was hoping to learn about, but that's okay. We'll probably learn more about it next case. Queen! Just in time for the end. I missed you! There was no one to replace his glove! Van Zieks ran out of so many chalices. Okay, where are we? So. Murder board! Okay, what did we learn? We learned that Shom seemed actually really genuinely hurt about Gregson being like, we're not friends, which maybe implies that they were actually friends at some point. More importantly, we learned that Van Zieks had a best friend 10 years ago before he became a lawyer who was Japanese. That is so... Wait, hang on, let me get us some music. Sorry. So we know that he had a best friend 10 years ago who was Japanese, then he became a lawyer. Asian. Yeah. I need to add that in. So, it could be Mikotoba, Judge Jigoku, possibly Mr. Kazuma, Mr. Othogi rather, or Asian. I'm still not entirely convinced that these two aren't the same person, but I think they're probably not. I think Male's Pursuit would be good in doing theory stuff. Let's find Male's Pursuit. Which one? He's got a couple of Pursuit themes. The second one, wanting to find the truth? Okay. Is it not on? Huh? Sorry, my navigation on Spotify, terrible. I cannot find it right now. I'm just getting covers. That's okay. We will go for not a Great Blaze. This is not the vibe. Where is here we go. Dance of Deduction. Okay. Anyway, so Dance of Deduction. Then we can honk our little clown noses, right? That's how it goes. Okay. So. Van Zieks. He's at the heart of this. I'm sure that Van Zieks and Asogi are at the heart of this. 10 years ago, Van Zieks wasn't a lawyer. How old is he? He's like 30, so in his 20s, right? His best friend was Japanese. He became a lawyer for 5 years and then retired. Now, the scar on his face is quite old. It's like fully healed, right? It could have been administered 10 years ago, right before he became a lawyer. Like maybe whatever happened here is what drove him to become a lawyer. I do have to wonder if the scar is from the sword, if it's from Karama. Now, what did we find out about Kazuma? We found out, that's right, he said if you were to become a lawyer then one day, and just trailed off. One day what? What would Ryu have to do if he became a lawyer one day? Okay. I feel like there was one other thing we found out. Oh yeah, that Shonda's studying forensic science specifically, which definitely links him to Wilson and Mikotoba and explains why he might have been in Japan to board the barrier, right? He says that he was on the barrier for a very specific purpose. So, there's that. Yeah, I'm only present here for a very specific reason. So, if he's on the barrier for a specific purpose, could it be that he went to Japan to study forensics? Or was his purpose more specific? What did he know about Asogi to begin with? I want to know why Ryu slept longer than everyone else, since probably everyone was drugged the same. I want to know more about Vilem Bolshevik. I want to know more about Pavlova, honestly. It's the way that Sholmes is on the ship. He sees Asogi, he sees Ryu. He dismisses Ryu as like a distraction, and then he's like, Ryu earns his trust, and he's like, oh my god, haha, what if there was someone else who could be a lawyer? Wouldn't that be interesting?
I really feel like... Let me do it over here. I need more space. We have... Sholmes is implied to be... You know what? Let's just copy their faces over. Let's do that instead. We want... Sholmes. We want Wilson. We can just do it here, actually. What am I doing? Okay, sorry. Getting so caught. I think Asogi death is a fake out, right? Like it doesn't track. It doesn't make sense. I'm still on my Juliet poison theory. I really think that he was given some variation of strychnine that made him seem dead, which is when Sholmes took the photo, and then he was escorted off the ship at Hong Kong and is now doing whatever the fuck over there. But I can't make the why make sense. I just can't find the motive. And until I find a motive for him and for Mikotoba covering up his death, I've got nothing. Okay, sorry, let me, out of the loop, let me loop this back in. Where do we start with the Juliet poison theory? The autopsy report was really vague, right? It just says that he experienced damage to the cervical vertebrae and they were considering poison but found nothing. If he died of a broken neck, I feel like that would be more obvious, right? So they would be like, why would they considering poison if he had a clearly broken neck? They found nothing, but we know from the previous case, the one with Brett, that if it's a new poison, they will need a specific reagent. We also know that Japan has been working on developing poisons. We've got Mikotoba working on that, we've got Brett working on that, presumably Wilson was also working on that. More than that, we know that Sholmes came onto the barrier from Japan because that's the only place it had stopped. It only stopped as an emergency in Shanghai, which means that no passengers boarded there, presumably. If Sholmes had come from Shanghai, then maybe Mikotoba could give him the poison and he administered it to Kazuma to fake his death. I don't know why though. See, I could say, well, they needed Kazuma safely out of Japan, but not making it to England because it's dangerous in both places for him. But then the fact remains that Mikotoba has pretended that he's still alive in Japan. Like, it doesn't add up. I'm clinging desperately to it because I really want Asogi to be alive, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Still, I think there was something else going on there, and the big focus on poisons makes me think that Kazuma was probably poisoned as well. What else do we have going on here? Oh yeah, Karama. I'm thinking maybe Karama could possibly be Kazuma's father's name as well as the sword. I'm getting a little bit suspicious of Hosonaga because he's been at all of the major poisonings. Not a lot suspicious, just a little bit, just a tiny little bit. Anyway. Karama sounds a lot like Karma. I was thinking that as well, like von Karma, what's the opposite of descendant? Ancestor. But I don't know, I don't think it matches. Anyway, I am thinking, let me pick no, let's, give me my colors, please. Okay. Let's make a new layer and just start drawing some lines. So, we know that Sholmes and Wilson are friends, they're partners. It's also, I'm really starting to think that maybe Sholmes and Gregson were once friends. We know that Wilson and Mikotoba are friends. I think that maybe Van Zieks loops into this. He would have been friends with either, like, Kazuma's dad, if that was someone, or potentially even Mikotoba could be the old friend who we were talking about, which makes this weird loop, right? Where two of the names are mentioned on the note. Karama actually is the Japanese name for the Botankama family. That's so interesting. That's really, really interesting. Gregson is just being Sun to Holmes. I think they had a falling out, right? I think they used to be friends and now they're not anymore. Now, these five are all interconnected in this big tangle. I think there might be a sixth person, which would be Kazuma's father, connecting to Van Zieks like that. But I don't... there's just so much we don't understand yet. Iris was born 10 years ago. Wilson left. Van Zieks became a lawyer. What happened that prompted Wilson to leave right as his daughter was born? Francisco is Karama May. Are they... does it use the same kanji? Very, very interesting. Oh, Judge Jigoku as well. I can't forget about him. He's really important, I think. Those must be looped in as well. So we've got all of these little threads. And of course, Ryu replaces Kazuma. Suzato is linked to Mikotoba. I don't understand how it all comes together. Karama May. Yeah, cool. May.
Does it... How does the Russian Revolutionary tie in? Bolshevik? What is going on? Also, I noticed, I don't know if I should be basing any thoughts off of this, but I noticed that on the game art, Agate Benedict is there. Why? He didn't feel like that major of a character. Unless, right? I feel like Strongheart is a big part in this since he seems to be able to connect to all of them. But yes, the same kanji, which basically means hunting demon. Interesting! Hunting demon, okay. So maybe we actually are dealing with the Von Karma clan as... Well, Karama I'm thinking is a given name. But it could definitely be a surname. That sort of throws everything into question. Also, again, where in the game are we? So I know it's okay. We are in the second case of the second game. We have just completed the second investigation portion. So we just had our interaction with Olive Green, which was very sad, where she had the poison. But yes, I agree that Strongheart is also really important. He's like this big scary figure that is like pulling all of the strings. Yeah, okay. I still don't have like anything that makes sense. I still don't have a conclusion. But we really are pulling together the strings. We are getting there. Okay, okay. let me have a look on Twitch for someone to raid. See who's streaming. Oh, you know what? This looks really cute. You guys want to watch some Undertale? Okay, okay. Oh my god, I thought this was case 2 of the first game. I was hesitant to buy it with how much I've seen, but I've missed like 4 to 5 cases. Yeah, you've missed 6 cases total. We are on the second game, which is why it feels like there's so much like information on this board. I'm guessing Strongheart has something to do with Van Zeke's coming back and we arriving. I think he must have told him, right? I think that Strongheart would have, you know, just casually mentioned to Van Zeke's that Kazuma Asogi was supposed to be arriving on a steamship from Japan. And then Van Zeke's would have been like, what the fuck, I need to get on this case. And then no one else takes the case. There's too many good games I want for the Switch. I really recommend this one. It's so good. It's so good. Okay. Okay, with that, I'm gonna call it there. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. This has been super fun. We are really getting there. But yeah, I'm not sure if I can stream tomorrow night. I would like to, but I might have other plans. So if not, I will see you guys on Monday. Good night. Love you guys. And let's go visit this person. They seem really chill. They're playing Undertale. Alright, big stretch before we go. Alright, bye guys. Love you. Bye.